Morning. Please take your seats as in 1 or 2 minutes we are about to start. Adoni, are we ready? Good morning. I am Father Stefanos Alexopoulos, the Director of the Institute for the Study of Eastern Christianity, and Associate Professor of Liturgical Studies and Sacramental Theology here at the Catholic University of America. I am very pleased to welcome you here today for this happy occasion, the opening of the International Conference, Ascetic Practices and the Mind, Mental Healing in Eastern Christianity. Please stand as I ask His Beatitude Metropolitan Deacon to open our conference with a prayer, followed by his remarks.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. May Christ our true God bless the proceedings of this conference, multiplying not just our knowledge of prayer and its potential for mental healing, but multiplying our prayer itself, that we might receive the healing that He desires to grant to each of us. Prayer is the ultimate means of healing the deepest wounds of our nature, the wounds of sin, of self-will, and separation from God. As Saint Sophronia of Essex, a great Eastern Orthodox Christian monastic father of our times, writes, "Through prayer we enter into communion with Him who was before all worlds." Or, to put it in another way, the life of the self-existing God flows into us through prayer. Prayer, of course, takes many forms, but one particularly important form of monastic prayer in the Christian East, which would spread from east to west thanks to the works of St. Cassian, St. Benedict, and others, was monastic psalmody. St. Basil the Great, speaking of the Psalter, says that it completely cures the soul's old wounds and it brings quick improvement to those recently wounded. St. Isaac the Syrian exhorts his readers, "When you are standing attentively in the office of the Psalms, ask God in a hidden way in your heart that the fountain of life may be opened up before you, such as is wont to flow at these times over souls that have renounced the transient world, souls which constantly behold the death of Jesus." In other words, it is by the stripes of the crucified Lord that we are healed, and that healing is realized through prayer and in prayer, a state in which the life that flows from God Himself through the pierced side of the Savior flows into us. Prayer has boundless healing potential because it allows us to come into contact with the one who has healed human nature through His suffering and overcome death by His dying. Amen. I am grateful to Dean Capizzi and to Father Stefanos for inviting me to give this benediction and offer these brief opening remarks. And I look forward to the proceedings of the conference and the fruit that I pray it might bear for us and for others. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Beatitude. His Beatitude honored us with his presence at our first monasticism conference 4 years ago and was one of our speakers. Thank you, Your Beatitude, for your continued support. At the heart of the Catholic University of America and its first school is the School of Theology and Religious Studies. Please welcome Professor Joseph Capizzi, the Dean of the School of Theology and Religious Studies.
Good morning. It's a great honor to be able to welcome you all on behalf of all of my colleagues in the School of Theology and Religious Studies. I am especially honored by the presence of His Beatitude, Metropolitan Tikhon, and deeply grateful for the support of donors who have made possible both the Institute for the Study of Eastern Christianity and this conference today. From its beginnings, the university cultivated the study of Eastern Christianity, the great example being Monsignor Henri Ivernat, appointed to the faculty in 1889, actually as the first faculty member appointed to the Catholic University of America, who served until his death in 1941, so nearly 50 years of service at the university. He and the professors he brought with him established Semitic and Egyptian languages at the university, including Armenian, on the model of Roman universities like the Orientalium. In the past several decades, and following the ecumenical movement in which we participated eagerly after the Second Vatican Council, Catholic University, both TRS, the School of Theology and Religious Studies, and Eastern Christian Studies, has trained numerous Orthodox men and women, Greek, Syriac, Coptic, Romanian, Russian, and now Armenian students. In addition, there are Eastern Catholic students in our university who train with us now and whose theological and cultural roots are in Eastern Christian and Orthodox countries, namely the Maronites, the Melkite Catholics, and of course, Ukrainian Catholics. Our faculty has regularly participated in the Eastern Orthodox Roman Catholic dialogues organized by the United States Catholic Bishops' Conference, and also the Oriental Orthodox Roman Catholic dialogues. We teach the languages of those traditions, as well as Oriental canon law. We would very much like to continue this service to our sister churches and their aspiring scholars. You can see that this is built into the genetic code of our school. It's built into the code of the university as well, and it's something that we view as a blessing in our mission of serving the whole church through scholarship, research, and the formation of students. Again, thank you for your presence today. I'm deeply grateful that you all are joining us, and I'm deeply grateful that we're able to be a part of this long tradition of serving all of our churches through our research and our scholarship. And of course, I'm deeply grateful to Father Stephanos and my colleague, Dr. Robin Darling-Young, who have not only been training these students for years, but who are making this possible with their energy and the time that they give to it really selflessly. So again, thank you all for coming, and I look forward to hearing from you the rest of the day.
Thank you, Dean Capizzi. The Institute for the Study of Eastern Christianity aims to foster the study of Eastern Christianity in all its expressions. It encourages course offerings, offers an undergraduate certificate program, sponsors a student organization for all Eastern Christians, welcomes lectures and sponsors conference on related topics, like this one, and acts as a hub in Washington, D.C., for community engagement. Building on the university's long history of teaching and scholarships, mentioned by Dean Capizzi, it makes the university's research available for the benefit of all who are interested in this ancient and living culture. In fact, the first conference that the Institute organized was in February of 2020, right before the COVID pandemic. It was actually the last major event that the university organized before it was shut down. The conference was on the topic Byzantine monasticism, past and present, and was very warmly received. We were then encouraged to think of the next conference, and here we are. This conference is about our continued effort to explore, through scholarly exchange and public discourse, the precious contributions of monasticism to our world. In designing and planning for this conference, I would like to acknowledge the valuable insights of a friend and supporter of the Institute who would like to remain anonymous, and of course, my dear colleagues, Robin Darling-Young and David Elliott. If you could stand, please, so people can acknowledge you. Thank you. Thank you, my dear friends and collaborators and colleagues. It is indeed a great joy and honor to work with you. But this endeavor could not have taken place without the precious and general support of our sponsors that allowed for the realization of this conference. And on behalf of the sponsors of this conference, I'd like to invite Art Dimopoulos, a graduate of Catholic University, to come up to the podium and offer some words of thanks to our sponsors.
Kalimera. Good morning, Your Beatitude. It's great to be back at Catholic U. I'm an alum, lived on campus here, and it's just always great. And I was very pleased to meet Dean Capizzi, and he's from Sicily, so he's really Greek. So it's wonderful to meet you. On behalf of the George and Judy Marcus Foundation, how apropos, George, his real name is Moutsanas. He's the CEO of several public companies in the real estate business, and his wife, Judy, is Catholic. They have 4 children. 2 of them are Catholic, 2 of them are Orthodox, so it's a real ecumenical family. And on their behalf, and on behalf of Roberta Tsempalis, and in honor of her husband, the late George Tsempalis, really devout and wonderful Orthodox Christians. George fell asleep in our Lord in August, worked for the Justice Department and federal government for 60 years, and a wonderful man. Thank you. It's an honor and privilege to, in this time of confusion in the world, to have a conference like this with the focus of clarity that comes from above, and vision and guidance. And it's so needed in the world today. So many of our young people are running in so many different directions, looking to find the real truth, and they're not finding it in this material world of ours. So hopefully this will lead to greater insights, and we'll do more of these. Thank you very much. Thank you for your blessing, your beatitude.
Last but not least, I would like to offer my gratitude and my many thanks to Mrs. Roxolana Weiner and Dr. Tyler Sampson, who have tirelessly accompanied us in preparing this conference. I would also like to acknowledge the assistance of the volunteer conference assistants, doctoral students, Father Lorenzo Penalosa and Dominic Casella. Thank you. We have an event coming up soon that I would like to draw your attention. Please note that on March 21, 2024, we will host Professor Zara Pogosyan from the University of Florence, who will speak on the topic Women and Power in Medieval Armenia. This lecture is the second lecture of the Grace and Paul Shahinian Armenian Christian Art and Culture lecture series, and we are very grateful to Dean Shahinian for his support. Thank you. If you like what we do and would like to support the Institute for the Study of Eastern Christianity, please feel free to scan this thing here. It's on page 13 of your program, and make a donation. We're extremely grateful for your support and encouragement, and we promise that whatever amount you give, great or small, we will make the best use of it, promoting, studying, and presenting Eastern Christianity to the world. At this moment, I would like to invite Professor Robin Darling Young to come up to the podium and introduce our conference. Professor?
Good morning. Good morning, hierarch. Good morning, priests. Good morning, brothers. Good morning, lay brothers and sisters, all who are interested in prayer and the mind. We're so happy that you're here, and we would like to welcome you to a conference that we hope can connect some of the burgeoning research into neurobiology and into states of the mind with the Christian tradition, or I should say traditions, having to do with the cultivation of prayer and the practice of the presence of God. We are very fortunate that we have representation from the monastic world with Father Damaskinos Okinoura, with Father Chrysostomos Koutlomousnianas, with Father Stephen Payne, with Brother Theophan Miskovich, who will be introduced more fully in turn, and of course with Father Luke Dysinger, who begins our conference and is a fellow laborer in the vineyard of Evagrius. We welcome also Nathan Tilley, teaching here at Catholic University, Jennifer Hurt, my former colleague at Notre Dame and now teaching at Yale, Carrie Frederick Frost, noted author in Orthodox Christianity, and Carrie Frost will give us both a lecture and a clinic, which is really generous, on contemplative prayer, and then we will have a lecture on, or an instruction on iconography. Oh, yes, there you are, hello. And we are very grateful that everybody has come today. We understand that we can only scratch the surface of this topic, but yet it's a start. We're grateful to the university for its sponsorship, to our sponsors, named and unnamed, but indicated by Mr. Dimopoulos. And we hope that you will enjoy the conference and know that, of course, you can watch it later again if you missed anything on our YouTube channel, and that it will be that its results will be presented as a volume to be published by the Catholic University of America Press. So all speakers take note, there is a deadline, June 1. Again, I thank you all for your presence, and I think we'll begin.
Thank you, Robin. I would also like to thank all those who are with us virtually. This conference, except for the clinics, is live streamed. So welcome to everyone from all around the world. I know my mom is watching, so hi. So now, as we are to begin, some instructions about the symposium. All lectures will take place here in this room, the clinics as indicated in the program, and we will have people guiding you to the locations. We will end the conference with Vespers at the Byzantine Chapel in the Shrine on Saturday, again as indicated in the program. For meals, unfortunately meals for the participants are not provided by the conference, but you can buy your food downstairs at the food court. There's a good selection from burgers to sushi. Or you can go across the street to Monroe Street, and there's some restaurants around the corner there. So there are ample choices for all kinds of dietary needs. Restrooms are located out of this door. You go left, around the stairs, the stairwell, that direction are the restrooms. If you can't find them, ask any of the students that you bump into, or ask one of us, myself or Roxolana, and we will happily guide you to the restrooms. We have coffee and tea and refreshments for everyone throughout the conference, so if you need some coffee, some tea, some water, just feel free to help yourself throughout the conference. So at this point, we are ready to begin. We will break for about 10 minutes to kind of like get up, get some coffee, socialize a little bit, and at 10:30 sharp, we will start our conference. So in 10 minutes, we actually begin with our lectures. Thank you very much and welcome.
Good morning again, everybody. My name is Father Stephen Payne. I'm on the program later in the day, so you'll find out who I am, and you'll already hear too much from me then. But it's my pleasure to introduce the first speaker for today is Professor Robin Darling Young. She's the Ordinary Professor of Church History in the School of Theology. Oh, I'm sorry, right, sorry. Our first speaker is Father Luke Deisinger, Benedictine, who studied religion and medicine at the University of Southern California from 1970 to 1978, receiving his BA in 1974 and his MD in 1978. He was board certified in family practice after internship and residency at UCLA. He joined the Benedictine community at St. Andrew's Abbey in 1980, where he was ordained a priest in 1986. Studied theology at Oxford University, receiving his DPhil in theology in 2000. He's published a book on Evagrius and numerous articles on the spirituality of the desert fathers and mothers. He's taught theology and biomedical ethics in various places and is currently chair of the theology department and professor of church history and moral theology at St. John's Seminary in Camarillo. He's co-chair of the bioethics committee at the Antelope Valley Hospital Medical Center in Lancaster, where he's a member of the medical staff. So please welcome Father Luke Deisinger. I should mention, depending on how the time goes, if there's a little bit of time after the talks, we may have questions then, but if it takes the full 30 minutes, then we'll save the questions till later after both talks. Thank you.
Thank you all for the opportunity to being here today, and special thanks to His Beatitude Metropolitan for having mentioned psalmody as a very important aspect of our spiritual tradition, since it's the subject I intend to address in my talk. Let me begin by mentioning that everything I'm going to project on the screen, all the texts that you will see, as well as the text of the paper that I'm giving, is available on a website, and the address is fairly straightforward. It's L. Deisinger, L with my last name as it's printed in the handout, ldeisinger.com. There will be a link to this conference, and that's what you'll see. And from this, you'll be able to access all of the images and texts that we'll be looking at together. My topic is, I've entitled it, Healing Enchantments, Therapeutic Psalmody in Early Christian Monasticism. If we could go to the first link on Hippocratic medicine. Among the famous aphorisms attributed to Hippocrates is a series of injunctions that summarizes the fundamentals of the medical art, techne. The art is threefold: the patient, the disease, and the physician. The physician is the servant of the art, and the patient must battle the disease together with the physician. If we could drop down a little bit on that same page. Yes. This text that we have just looked at is from the Hippocratic treatise Epidemics, and it is paraphrased in a kephalion, in a saying or chapter attributed to the disciples of Evagrius Ponticus, the author with whom we shall chiefly be concerned in this paper. There are three concerns: the physician, the medications, and the patient. The physician of souls applies medication that is appropriate to each, and his commands are adapted to the passions. Analogous aphorisms containing therapeutic models and injunctions occur frequently in early Christian literature. We will focus on the use of medical theory and terminology in the spiritual writings of Evagrius Ponticus, circa 245 to 399, a 4th century Christian ascetic and desert father. Particular attention will be paid to texts that suggest Evagrius' familiarity with the Hippocratic corpus of antiquity and medical theories of the 3rd century physician Galen. Evagrius believed that the monk who serves as a spiritual guide is also a physician of souls, iatros pathon, and an imitator of Christ the physician, Christos iatros. Evagrius was hardly the first spiritual writer to employ these metaphors. By the time he wrote at the end of the 4th century, there existed a well-established tradition of illustrating Christian spiritual principles through analogies based on the theory and vocabulary of ancient medicine. Like his classical predecessors and Christian teachers, Evagrius frequently employs medical imagery to describe progress in and practices of the spiritual life. His metaphors accurately reflect the range of medical therapy available in his day. He says, ascetical practices are pharmaca, medical remedies by which Christ, whom he frequently calls physician of souls, treats, purges, and shrivels the passions. According to Evagrius, God employs a wide range of therapeutic remedies, including everything from diet, the mainstay of the Hippocratic physician, to the much more painful remedy of seeming abandonment when the disease is chronic or intractable, dus iatos. Thus, Christ heals by acting in accordance with the title or intention, the epinoia, of a physician. And the wise monastic superior should imitate Christ by being both a commander in battle and a physician of the passions, iatros pathon. If we could go to the second link, monastic psalmody. Among the remedies and practices recommended the physician of passions is psalmody, the daily chanting of psalms attributed to King David, a practice that normally occupied a very considerable portion of the monk's day. During the latter half of the 4th century, the Psalter had come to occupy an increasingly prominent place in Christian worship, both in the public liturgical assembly and in private devotion. In the 4th century, the Book of Psalms gradually displaced other biblical texts used at the so-called canonical prayers, which later came to be known as the Liturgy of the Hours. One historian of music has described this psalmodic movement as an unprecedented wave of enthusiasm for the singing of psalms that swept from east to west through the Christian population in the closing decades of the 4th century. Different reasons have been adduced for the increasing popularity of the Psalter, but whatever its cause, by the 380s, when Evagrius became a monk, the central place of the Psalter in monastic life was well established. In the liturgical practice of the late 4th century, and especially in monastic communities, the term psalmodia referred to the corporate or private chanting of psalms, which was interrupted at regular intervals by pauses for prayer, hence the attempt to depict psalmody and prayer as an ongoing dynamic rhythm in this diagram. This alternating rhythm of chanted psalmody and silent prayer is described in detail by Evagrius' disciple John Cassian. These pauses occurred at the end of psalms or between divisions in longer psalms and generally entailed a change or a series of changes in ritual posture. The prayer that was offered during these pauses could be vocal or silent and of variable duration, although generally not protracted, depending on circumstances and local practice. The intimate relationship between chanted psalmody and the pauses for prayer which punctuated it was such that late 4th century sources often referred to the practice of psalmody as the psalms and prayers, or simply as the prayers. The therapeutic benefit of psalmody had been described in detail by Bishop Athanasius of Alexandria, who particularly emphasized the power of psalmody to restore calmness, ataraxia, to souls suffering from mental confusion, tarache. In his letter to Marcellinus, a text with which Evagrius was probably familiar, Athanasius reminded Marcellinus of the admonition to psalmody in James 5:13. Is anyone among you cheerful? Let him sing praise, psalito. He explains, in this way that which is disturbing and rough and disorderly in the soul is smoothed away, and what causes grief is healed when we sing the psalms. He finds a second scriptural basis for this link between ataraxia and psalmody in the story of King Saul, whose troubled and frenzied monikon, disposition, pathos, was healed through David's psalmody, which restored calmness to the soul of the king. Evagrius similarly believed that the alternating rhythm of psalmody and prayer had the power to calm spiritual disturbances. And like Athanasius, Evagrius invokes the images of David's psalmody as a soothing or healing power which mitigated the anger and madness of King Saul. And we'll look at this in a little more detail in a few minutes. If we could go to the third link, psalmody as antidote. Evagrius believed that the chanting of psalms diverts attention away from tempting thoughts, logismoi, permitting the mind to focus instead on what St. Paul called the richly varied wisdom of God, Ephesians 3:10, polou poikilos sophia tou theou, perceptible in the events and sentiments contained in the Psalms. In addition to this beneficial effect, Evagrius believed that the sacred scriptures, and especially the book of Psalms, offers what might be termed specific textual antidotes or countermeasures, that is, remedies specifically suited to the particular struggle taking place within the soul. His desire to provide such antidotes, or more literally, contradictions, of specific temptations is the basis of his text, Antiretikos. Evagrius recognized that it's often impossible to find an appropriate biblical text while in the throes of temptation, so he undertook to search through the whole of sacred scriptures to create a collection of verses for use in antiresis, contradiction. In the Antiretikos, he provides 492 brief biblical texts, usually consisting of only one or two verses, to be used as remedies against the different manifestations of the 8 principal logismoi: gluttony, lust, avarice, sadness, anger, thumos, acedia, vainglory, and pride. Evagrius generally intends these verses to be understood in their literal sense. His biblical weapons against the demons do not consist of the symbolic definitions and syllogisms that abound in his scholia, but these are based for the most part on the straightforward biblical narrative, as encountered throughout the day in the practice of psalmody. In the Antiretikos, Evagrius cuts a broad swath through the scriptures, offering verses from all the canonical books of the Bible, choosing remedies from the sapiential books of the Bible much more frequently than the relative length of these books would warrant. There are 60 citations from Proverbs, 20 from Job, 13 from Ecclesiastes. However, the book Evagrius cites most frequently in the Antiretikos is the book of Psalms. Of his 492 antiretic verses, 91, that is 19%, are taken from the Psalter. If we could go to the fourth link, homeostasis. Evagrius believed that the practice of psalmody has the power to restore what could be termed physical and spiritual homeostasis, that is, one's bodily, psychological, and spiritual balance. Although he was convinced that the demons cannot read the innermost thoughts of their victims, he believed that demons have the power to set the memory in motion and form strange fantasies in the nous, the innermost self, by striking out against what he calls the body's chrosis, that is, the temperament or inner attunement. This represents another of Evagrius' borrowings from classical medical theory. The term chrosis literally means a mixing or blending of elements to form a compound. Chrosis is used in a specifically medical physiological sense in the Hippocratic writings and by Aristotle and Galen, and to refer to the mental or physical temperament of human beings, that is, to the physiological state created by the mixture or blending of the so-called 4 humors. Evagrius uses chrosis in this physiological sense in his treatise on prayer 69. Quote, "When the spiteful demon is unable to move the nous through the memory during prayer, he strikes out against the body's temperament, chrosis, to create some strange fantasy in the intellect and thus shape it. Similarly, in On Prayer 62, he describes thoughts that originate in sense perception, aisthesios, memory, nemes, or temperament, krasis. And in Anti-Redikos 422, he claims that chanting psalms changes the temperament, the krasis of the body. In this way, the krasis, the inner temperament or attunement, may be negatively affected by demons who attack it as a means of unsettling the nous, but once this tactic is discerned, one may strive for a re-attunement of the disturbed krasis, for example, by chanting psalms, especially when anger, thumos, is the dominant afflicting passion. In the 4th chapter of Anti-Redikos, Evagrius invokes King David as an example of one who made use of the power of psalmody to change human physiology. Quote, "For the tempting thought that does not realize that singing the psalms changes the temperament, krasis of the body, and drives away the demon touching one on the back and cutting at the nerves and troubling every part of the body." And then the biblical quote, "Whenever the evil spirit was upon Saul, David took the lyre and played it with his hand, and Saul was refreshed and was well, and the evil spirit departed from him." In this chapter, Evagrius claims that singing the psalms, or literally singing joined with the psalms, changes the krasis, the complex and delicate balance of humors thought to be responsible for health and illness. And in Practicos 69 to 71, Evagrius suggests that undistracted psalmody contributes to the establishment of a new krasis, an anakrasis, a commingling or complete blending of the self with the virtues. If we could go to link number 5, psalmody and transformation, not krasis but krisis. A central concept in the medical theory of classical antiquity that is also fundamental in Evagrius' understanding of the importance of the Psalter is the concept of krisis. In the tradition inherited from Hippocrates and Galen, the doctrine of krisis referred to critical days or intervals during which perilous but often subtle changes in the disease process were thought to take place. Any given illness might have a series of krises, critical periods, or significant turning points that herald a change leading either to improvement or deterioration in the patient's condition. It was believed that medical training enables the physician to foretell the course of an illness through observation of successive crises. And on the basis of these predictions, the Hippocratic physician could recommend therapeutic interventions, to plan them or abandon them. Thus, in the medical tradition of Hippocrates and Galen, the word krisis cannot be and never is understood in its more common sense as judgment. Rather, it means a critical point, or even better, a moment of significant change. And this is indeed the way Evagrius employs the word krisis, namely, as a fundamental transformation that facilitates movement either upwards towards virtue and knowledge, or downwards into vice or ignorance. Growth in the perception of this deeper meaning of krisis as critical or healing transformation represents a movement from ascetical practice to contemplative experience. Evagrius regarded this as an important goal of the Gnostikos, the knower or sage or teacher or spiritual guide. The Christian contemplative who is called to discern the deeper significance of words such as krisis when they are encountered during psalmody, and also to practice the great art of spiritual healing and thus share in the therapeutic office of Christ. Evagrius Gnostikos is the spiritual physician par excellence, an experienced practitioner of asceticism who has learned the art of praktiki, asceticism, the ascetical quest for virtue in the dangerous thicket of demonic logismoi. Such a teacher or sage has learned the art of what Evagrius calls undistracted psalmody. the ability to pay attention to the deeper meanings and the spiritual significance of the words of the Psalms. Then, having beheld the patterns and purposes of God, the logoi, in both the Psalter and the battlefield of his own heart, the Gnostikos is able to carry the lessons of his own inner struggle out into the world around him through physici, natural contemplation of the divine patterns and purposes, logoi, within creation, especially the broken and wounded parts of creation that are the hearts of those who seek the Gnostikos' help. If we could go to the sixth link, Evagrian Psalmody, and we're going to need to follow this text a little bit. Evagrius describes how the Gnostikos appropriates both the therapeutic and the contemplative or mystical power of psalmody and prayer in a carefully constructed chain of maxims in his treatise on prayer, numbers 82 to 85. Number 82, pray gently and undisturbed, atarachos, sing psalms with understanding and good rhythm, then you will be like the young eagles that soar in the heights. Here he recommends that psalmody be performed with understanding, that is, perception of the deeper contemplative meaning of the words, and with good rhythm, that is, attention to the musical form of chant employed. One can imagine the choir master encouraging people to follow the cantor and maintain eurythmos, good rhythm. This, he promises, will enable the innermost self, the nous, to ascend like an eagle into the heights. In chapter 83, if we could go up just a little bit, he describes psalmody as a spiritual remedy. Psalmody calms the passions and puts to rest the body's disharmony, its akrasia. Prayer arouses the nous to activate its own proper activity, or if you prefer, to energize its own proper energy. Here Evagrius describes psalmody as a spiritual remedy, a therapeutic means by which the passions are calmed and the body's akrasia, disharmony, or intemperance is rectified. This prepares and enables the nous to engage in contemplation, its own proper activity. In number 84, prayer is the power befitting the dignity of the nous. It is the nous' highest and purest power and function. Psalmody pertains to the richly varied wisdom. Prayer is the prelude to immaterial and uniform knowledge. Here, psalmody is not only therapeutic, it also provides an experience of contemplation, specifically St. Paul's richly varied wisdom of God, the polou poikilos sophia tou theou. He describes the Psalter here as containing the imagery and songs of salvation, and having seen these, having been afforded a glimpse of the richly varied wisdom of creation, psalmody prepares the practitioner for contemplation of immaterial and uniform wisdom, the highest power of the nous. For those who are making spiritual progress, the alternating rhythm of psalmody and prayer is much more than a means of calming the passions and contradicting the demons. Evagrius believed that the book of Psalms affords a vision of the whole creation, including the daily struggles of the practici as refulgent with divine meaning. The Psalter can serve as a training ground for the Christian contemplative, a kind of workshop in which the Gnostikos learns to perceive the divine logoi, the inner meanings and purposes of the events of salvation history recounted in the Psalms. And once this art has been learned, the Gnostikos can turn from the book of Psalms to the divine book of creation, where these logoi are perceivable everywhere, especially in the daily struggle against sin. If we could move down to, no, not to the conclusion, on the same page, yes, to, yes, that text. Evagrius depicts this contemplative functioning of psalmody in Perilogismon on Thoughts, number 17. And if weary from our toil, a certain acedia overtakes us, we should climb a little onto the rock of knowledge and converse with the Psalter, plucking with the virtues the strings of knowledge. Let us again tend our sheep as they pasture below Mount Sinai, so that the God of our fathers may also call to us out of the bush and grant us the logoi of the signs and the wonders. Here Evagrius positions the book of Psalms at the midpoint of an oscillating movement from ascetical toil into contemplative knowledge and back again into ascetical practice. From the tedium of our daily struggle, we are to climb up, to take refuge on the rock of knowledge, which is Christ, where conversation with the Psalter cures our acedia and enables us to hear the call of God and to perceive the logoi of signs and wonders. In the pasture of asceticism, to which we must regularly return, it should be added that the basis for Evagrius' faith in the efficacy of psalmody as a spiritual remedy is his conviction that it is above all Christ who is encountered in the Psalter. Christ, the creator and redeemer of the universe, who is perceptible in the polou poukilos sophia tou theou, the richly variegated imagery of the Psalms. This Christ is also the physician of souls, whose words and presence have the power to heal. And if we could link to the conclusion. In this paper, we've considered the practice of early monastic psalmody in light of ancient medical terminology and theory. It may be helpful to conclude with a brief comment, more of a nod actually, in the direction of contemporary medical research. Beginning in the 1970s and continuing to the present, there's been interest in the medical and especially in the psychiatric community in the electroencephalographic correlates of meditative states. That is, the patterns of brain waves that can be measured during different forms of meditation with an electroencephalogram, or EEG. I was particularly interested in this research during my own medical studies and in my early years of medical practice. In the 1970s and 80s, such research tended to focus either on transcendental meditation, a practice loosely based on Hindu monastic practice of reciting a mantra, or on Zen, or occasionally on different forms of yoga. More recently, research of this kind has generally shifted to studies of mindfulness meditation, which has become very popular in many branches of the healthcare community. In addition to EEG, that is brainwave studies, the availability of relatively non-invasive neuroimaging methods that measure blood flow, glucose uptake, or neurotransmitter activity in different parts of the brain have encouraged researchers to tentatively attempt to map regions of the brain that are consistently active or quiescent during meditation. To say that Christian meditative practices are not well represented in research of this kind would be something of an understatement. The majority of these neurological studies focus on meditation practices derived from the non-Christian East, especially Hinduism and Buddhism. Although it's possible that in papers to be shared later, and to which we look forward in this conference, we will hear something of progress in this area with regard to Christian ascetical practices. Nevertheless, it's quite understandable that the monastic discipline of alternating psalmody and prayer has not figured prominently in neurological research. First, because scientists must necessarily define and control variables, and it must be admitted that the variations in how psalmody, at least as I can attest, as it is practiced in the Christian West, are highly varied indeed. But second, and perhaps more important, is the fact that neurological researchers very often regard spiritual practices as techniques for achieving and sustaining a state of consciousness that can then be studied electronically and chemically. As we have seen, the monastic practice of psalmody is an oscillating rhythm between chanted text and silence, between attentive, receptive participation in the chant and that silent, originally prostrate, self-offering that follows each psalm. In other words, monastic psalmody is not concerned chiefly with the attainment of a particular mental or psychological state, but rather with the practice of a restorative, healing, and ongoing participation in different modes of attentiveness to God. Although perhaps difficult to study and measure scientifically, I believe this ancient practice is still of great value and deserves our close attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Luke. Let's give him another round of applause. Our second speaker this morning is Robin Darling-Young. She's an ordinary professor of church history in the School of Theology and Religious Studies here at the Catholic University of America. She works on the traditions of early Christianity in the Greek, Armenian, and Syriac languages, and has recently been our editor-in-chief and translator of Evagrius of Pontus, the Gnostic Trilogy. Please welcome Professor Robin Darling-Young.
Thank you very much. Waiting for the PowerPoint, whose title I now regret and reject. I don't reject the content, I reject the word sources. Those of you who know the work of Bishop Golitsyn and of Father Bogdan Bukur will be aware of the great labor that the first of those two put into discovering and discussing the Jewish roots of the Second Temple Jewish roots of Christian mysticism. I find their arguments in the main to be convincing. But I swapped out roots for sources, but I now reject sources and instead think we should say presence. The Second Temple Jewish presence in early Christian ascetic practice. Anyone who has read Evagrius knows that Evagrius is strongly attracted to thinking about and practicing the presence of the temple and the priesthood. And in his Kephalaia Gnostica, he doesn't discuss, he gives us Kephalaia with which to meditate upon entry into the temple as a priest for those who, by long practice, the praktiki, have been able to gain it. That is a topic for another day. I rather would like to step back before Evagrius and before his two main sources, Origen of Alexandria and Caesarea, and Clement of Alexandria, to the sources that inspired them and which they read. So, let's see if I can manage this. Oh, yes, it should be on. That's there. There we go. What? I should point there. Oh, okay, thank you. So I begin, as usual, after false starts. It is a principle among the earliest Christian authors who engaged in a thorough exploration of ascesis, training, and prayer, that they had been trained in philosophy. And for our purposes, particularly the philosophy of mind, along with the medical training of the time, as Father Luke has just shown, and which I greatly appreciate. They knew that to understand prayer and its obstacles, it is necessary to understand the human mind, and they used the medicine and science of their era to do so. Dedicated to scrupulous investigation of their own specifically Christian prayer, early Christians, or some early Christians, drew on common medical and philosophical research to anchor their own inquiries into the subject and their understanding of the mind as it is in prayer. The nous being released from the logismoi, ideally. But for now, I will not discuss the thinkers of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, Evagrius's fathers, so to speak, and the texts that have survived, attesting to their efforts to understand the mind and its condition if it should become the place of prayer. Rather, this talk wants to indicate the intellectual stream coming from an aquifer still present, thus presence, in our own traditions in which they, the later Christian thinkers, worked. And that stream was Second Temple Judaism. And in particular, the texts that, because they were composed or quickly translated into the Greek language, became widely available to all who wanted to understand how the practice of prayer, and particularly prayer in the holy place of God, wherever and whomever it is, must be rooted in training and discipline. And here, I, with a very heavy heart, because I read the newspapers, or I should say websites, prescind from all contemporary polemic and warfare of the polemical 21st century, and from an account of the tormented separation of the two faiths that emerged from Second Temple Judaism in its philosophical interpretation. And I follow the lead of James Kugel, looking only at the chain of thinkers, scholars, and ascenders to the chariot throne of God before that separation, who continued on their own paths to draw on the common roots. Of course, we have only a small remainder of the texts composed during the period of the approximately 300-year time frame in which most of the Second Temple Jewish texts were composed. Over that period, the person of the sage emerged from the earlier tradition of prophecy. The sage, often presented as a figure who reveals divine intentions, having come close to the presence of God, not in a specific location, that is the temple in Jerusalem, but in the space of discipline and contemplation. Discipline given by other sages, by the holy books read in a particular way, and by the way in which the mind can ascend. No one could any longer deny that the voices of the earliest Christians of the 1st century were Jewish voices. Literate people educated in Greek and yet rooted in what we can call, I think, the Pirkei Avot, the sayings or teachings of the pre-rabbinic fathers. I cannot, of course, demonstrate that today in all its complexity, and perhaps I even couldn't given my own weak powers, but I want to indicate it anyway. Early Christianity then learned its ascetic and contemplative practices already on the basis of Second Temple Judaism. And if you don't believe me, read the letters of Paul. And with it, a visionary tradition that describes but does not analyze the experience of the mind shaped by ascetic practice. And of course, it cannot use the methods of contemporary analysis of neurology and the brain. I skipped this part because my colleague has already beautifully summarized this. Because contemporary techniques, assumptions, and analyses had not yet been discovered. I will add, though, just as a parenthetical note, that there is now some attempt to cooperate among Jewish neurologists and scholars such as Moshe Idel to try to understand the historical texts on a medical basis, but that's relatively recent. These Second Temple authors, though, say they had experience that suggests a continuum from that time to ours in the human experience of training for communication with and similarity to, or even direct assimilation to, the divine. Sorry, pages mixed up. The first such sage is Ezekiel, whose vision rests on priestly study, at least in the recounting of a final editor. There, that's my nod to historical critical theory. The next is Daniel. So we'll go to a text of Daniel here. A text which I have cited in its Septuagint version. The Septuagint being the necessary bridge for understanding the transition from Second Temple Jewish mysticism and contemplation, I should have put contemplation first, and early Christian. So if we read Daniel 2, 20 through 22, we can read, "Then the mystery, mysterion, secret, was revealed to Daniel in a vision of the night, and Daniel blessed the God of heaven and said, 'Blessed be the name of God from age, aeon, to age, for wisdom,' that is Sophia, 'and understanding, synesis, are his.'" They belong to him. "And he changes times, kairos, and seasons, chronos, establishes and deposes kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge, phronesis, to those who have understanding. He reveals the deep and the hidden, batheia kai apokrypha. He knows, ginoskon, the things in the darkness, and light dwells with him." This text in Greek was surely the inspiration for the Song of the Three Young Men, excised from the standard version of the scriptures, but available in the Apocrypha. In the Septuagint, it is a praise of creation in the light of this kind of communication and prayer that Daniel understood, and we can talk about this later if you'd like. In addition to the book of Daniel, there are also the traditions of Enoch and Ezra's insights or revelations. I just go back for a minute to this, early 8th century depiction of Ezra the scribe. This is every Ezra, not only Ezra of Ezra and Nehemiah, but Ezra, who is usually now called for Ezra and is also lives in the Apocrypha. But for early Christians and earlier for a Jewish audience was someone who reached understanding of the calamity that had occurred in Judea. So I'll skip forward to a depiction, not alas of Ezra. I couldn't find a depiction of Ezra's visions, although you can read about them in 4 Ezra. This, of course, is his almost exact contemporary, John of the Apocalypse, in a version from a Liège manuscript that is from the Netherlands, contemporary Netherlands, in about 1400. So as I speak, you can think that Ezra is in the same position as John of the Apocalypse. When the traditions of Enoch, about whom I'm not going to speak much, and Ezra were translated into Greek, their insights and revelations became available for understanding the Greek Old Testament. That provided a set of texts and a vocabulary corresponding well to many of the coexistent treatises, philosophical treatises, that outlined outlined how to reach not just practical, technical skill, but with familiarity and knowledge with the presence of the divine at the edge of this cosmos and the aeon, which, as we have read in Daniel, he turns. An approach to the temple and an entrance into the presence of God, however, required the sage to become like God. Ezra does this in the book that is included in the Western tradition, but also in the Syriac tradition, in the Armenian tradition, and in the Georgian tradition, where Ezra, and later in Christian tradition, provided with a pair of bookends that lightly Christianized him, Ezra describes a question and answer session, if you like, a philosophical dialogue with the angelic instructor Uriel. And after speaking and being trained by Uriel, he graduates to a discussion with the Most High, from whom he receives instruction to write more books, both supplemental books and superior books to the 24 books of the Torah. But it was only after visions like this one that Ezra was able to do this. And the visions came as a result of repentance, prayer, discipline, dialogue. I invite you to read the book. I can't go into it really at all in this talk. To reach prayer and to approach with the mind, the divine mind, this is the goal of Daniel, as you can see in Daniel 14, with Enoch, if you can slog through the first book of Enoch, and Ezra, within all their narrative and textual differences, because though they each describe their path somewhat differently, for each, the necessary first step is to turn from concentration upon the various aspects of the visible world, the world of experience, both normal human experience within one and outside experiences, often disasters, however bad or good they are, and toward a path leading to the understanding of the divine plan and an approach to the divine being himself in whatever way that may be imaged or not imaged. So we can see here two texts that describe how this approach is to be conceived. The first text is not from Ezra, but from a different person who simply copied Ezra he duplicated him because he was so great. So this one says, "Therefore go away and sanctify yourself for 7 days, and do not eat bread, and do not drink water. In other words, engage in ascetic practice, and do not speak to anyone. And after this time, come to this place, and I shall reveal myself to you, and I shall speak to you true things, and I shall command you about the course of times, for they will come and will not delay. This book has also been lost in its original Hebrew or Aramaic, its secondary Greek, but it survives in Syriac. Likewise, Enoch, lost in its original language. Those who love God have loved neither gold nor silver, nor all the good things in the world, but have given over their bodies to suffering, who from the time of their very being have not longed after earthly food, and who regarded themselves as merely a passing breath. And they have discovered this matter because the Lord tested them greatly. Then he received their pure spirits, so they should bless his name. For Ezra, too, the sage who lives simultaneously in post-conquest Judea, as Ezra who joined Nehemiah, and in Babel in about 100 of our era, but also as a reiteration of that earlier Ezra, as he poetically presents himself, is one who receives understanding first based on his reading of books, then in the direct dialogue with an angel who teaches him how to think, and then in dialogue with God, through whom he may have visions and reach understanding until he returns to his community, as I said, to write more books. But these are not the books of the law. In fact, we don't know what these books are. We are deprived of copies of them. But they were thought by the rabbis to be books that instructed a person in how to reach the chariot throne of God. Now, where do these books go? Well, as we know very well, they are preserved in early Christianity. I'll show you their images preserved in later Christianity in an icon of Elijah and Enoch, one a desert sage and another a teacher. I suggest influenced by Christian monasticism. A 17th century icon from Sanok, Poland, in the Subcarpathian region, so very strongly Eastern Christian as well. But we must come to Philo Judaeus, who, one can venture to say, knew the traditions of these books ascribed to Enoch, to Daniel, and to Ezra. Does he cite them explicitly? No, he does not. He most often is studied as the representative of Jewish Platonism. And almost any article that a person would read about Philo will in fact try to place him in some variety of Platonism, and also at the same time deal with his understanding of the Jewish God, which differs in some significant degree from contemporary Platonism. This approach, this overly Platonist, I'm not criticizing Plato, the overly Platonist approach to Philo loses sight of his devotion to the temple in Jerusalem and its heavenly model. The question for Philo about how to reach it is answered in the process of gaining noesis, of knowledge. And here I show you Philo, who of course has also entered into the stream of Christian discourse, and most thoroughly perhaps in Clement of Alexandria, both as he is presented in a later Western engraving, or, yeah, well, this is not an engraving, it's a woodblock print probably, and a Greek manuscript of the first millennium in which, in the left, he appears as a learned instructor, possibly in one of the medieval schools, and in the right, he appears, of course, as a Greek sage. Philo certainly uses terminology ultimately derived from Plato's Republic, Statesmen and Laws for the Praktike, and from the Phaedo and the Timaeus and other texts of Philo for communication with the divine. But for him, necessarily, the Platonic semi-dualism, into which I can't enter here, leads him not into a formal dualism, such as we would see in those Christian schools of thought called capital G Gnostic, in which there is no intellective or personal ontological connection between here, the time-bound material space that dominates our minds in the everyday world, but into a philosophical account of how the person devoted to the path toward the divine, where lies the heavenly temple and the service of immaterial spirits known as angels, flames of fire, as the very similar letter to the Hebrews calls them, whom we may join. And so I'll show you, and I know I'm running out of time, but I'm going to show you these texts, and you can read them later in a more relaxed fashion. Certainly reflecting Plato, Philo divides life into the practical and the Gnostic. First, enter the practical life of business, household management, and statesmanship. Master each domain. Only then are you qualified for your migration. It's a word that means exodus. To a different and more excellent way of life, it is a kind of prelude to a more advanced contest, and it is well to have fought it out first. This is De Fuga 36. Those who venture to make the claims of God their aim and study should first have fulfilled those of humans, our duty to our families and cities. For it is folly to suppose that you will reach the greater while you cannot master the lesser. I'll skip forward to his discussion on the life of insight, which is to be found in a text we in the Latin tradition called De Vita Contemplativa, on the contemplative life, on the life of Theoria. There, Philo writes about a group of ascetics, thoroughly Jewish, and I believe, as others do, not a fiction. The entire period from morning until evening is for them an exercise, because they philosophize by reading the sacred scriptures, allegorizing the ancestral philosophy, that is, the Mosaic philosophy, as Clement would later call it, since they consider aspects of the literal interpretation as symbols when its nature is hidden away with deeper meanings. Thus, for 6 days, each of them philosophizes in a solitary way, apart by themselves, not even looking at the doorway from afar. We can hear Evagrius here. But on the 7th day, they come together as into a common congregation. The explanations of the sacred scriptures take place through deeper meanings in allegories. For all the law seems to these human beings to be like a living being, and seems to have words laid out as its body, while its soul, the invisible mind, is stored up in the wording. The scriptures, of course. In the invisible mind, the rational soul has begun especially to contemplate similar things. It is discerning, as through a mirror of the names, transcendent beauties made of thoughts manifesting and unfolding and revealing the symbols, bringing the meanings out bare into light for those able, by a little reminding, to have insight into the invisible things through the visible. And there, finally, is the goal of Philo and the goal of Clement, Origen, and Evagrius. When Clement adapted, I'm almost through, adapted the works of Philo in order to understand the Old Testament as a set of directions for reaching the contemplation of the divine, he made the move that assured the continuing presence of Second Temple Jewish mysticism in later Christian ascetic philosophers. Clement is the last known author to have used the Greek version of For Ezra, a book he may have assimilated to his philosophy as a way of life, quote unquote, one based largely on Philo. After Clement, Origen, Didymus the Blind, Evagrius, Gregory of Nyssa. All four, and they all shaped the monasticism of the 4th and later centuries, not only in Greek, but also in the other languages of early Christianity into which they were translated, assured that the temple and the path to it would remain embedded not only as a memory, but as a meditative path to union with the divine. Thank you. And I'm sorry.
So thank you very much, Professor Robin Darling-Young, for that wonderful presentation. And we have about a half an hour for questions, answers, comments, and so on. I think we want to invite both of our speakers, Father Luke and Professor Darling-Young, to come up and sit here. And then we have a couple of microphones. Father Stephanos has one here. Just raise your hand if you have a question or a comment you would like to make. There's another microphone over on that side too. So thank you.
Disagreement is good.
All right, this question is for Father Luke. So thank you so much. Really interested in your perspectives on if you could boil it down to like specific symptoms. So if you were to submit an application for the National Center for Complementary Integrative Health, like taking this approach of contemplative psalmody, what would you look at? Would you look at anxiety, PTSD? You know, where would you say would really be a symptom target that could be matched by the approaches that you're discussing here?
I mean, most classically, that is to say in Athanasius and a number of the earlier authors, and also to a very great extent in Evagrius, psalmody is seen using that image of King Saul and David calming his madness. Psalmody is thought of being something that calms the soul. It produces tarache, it produces this well, rather, it deals with tarache and produces ataraxia, which by the way is the name of an early drug that was used to attempt to deal with agitation. This is also an area that has begun to be researched in something much broader, music therapy. I mean, the idea that you can somehow use music in a particular way to help calm individuals who are excessively dragged into confrontation with the world around them. And there's lots and lots of stuff being written on the subject of music therapy. But if I were to talk about psalmody, my approach would be, I suppose, to try to focus on the question, and one would need to distinguish between whether the practice of psalmody is done in a language that you normally use to talk to God, that is the vernacular, or an older form of the vernacular like Church Greek or Old Slavonic, to a lesser extent in the Western tradition with Latin, that there is a different experience that happens in the heart that has not been well researched and is in fact a kind of a source of contention with those who prefer ancient languages, that I think is different from the kind of experience of attentiveness that you would have if you were using the same language you used to talk to God in, say, private prayer. And so I suppose if I were writing a grant proposal, I would try to distinguish out what one means by psalmody, what kind of psalmody are you talking about. That the process of calming would be an interesting thing to look at, and there are electrophysiological characteristics one can search for that. But I would say that I think that that distinction between types of psalmody, between characterizations of what you are doing with it, is it private? Is it corporate? Is it a chant that you are joining in, or a chant to which you listen? And those would probably be different things, and obviously in both the Eastern and Western traditions, both are present. I think those would need to be subdivided in order to write a proper grant proposal.
A quick follow-up. Could you just speak a little bit about your anecdotal, either pastoral or medical experience with addiction recovery, how you would see specifically addiction recovery and psalmody therapeutically matching?
Well, I think we are very concerned rightly, but perhaps we tend to overly focus or maybe even fixate on addiction, borrowing from the very effective work that's been done in 12-step recovery programs, and which has been very specifically characterized and is kind of packaged in an effective way in meetings that take place across the country. That 12-step model has been very influential in the psychological and psychiatric communities in trying to talk about chemical addiction, and then to try to generalize from that to other kinds of addiction, behavioral addictions, which don't work in quite the same way and which are only beginning to be discussed and haven't quite made their way into the DSM-5 yet, but will probably continue to be, except what, caffeine addiction, I think, is listed as one of the physical addictions. Don't worry, I had coffee this morning too. Gambling, and there are some suggestions of other things that might be included. Very interestingly, a large number of psychiatrists and psychologists are very much aware of sexual addiction, which is being strongly opposed as something that can be included in a sort of a universal definition. I think primarily because of the ethos in which we live, in which what we might call excessive sexuality is thought as being normal and therefore not subject to the same categories. That's kind of all over the place answer, but what I would say about psalmody would be I think that if what you have is a state characterized by agitation, and the person's experience is primarily one of agitation or disturbance, I think something like music therapy and the use of, and here again, I'd like to hear from the hesychasts, the repetition of a text that is very familiar to the individual could be a very effective way of moving away from the sources of compulsion or persuasion, which were traditionally the logismoi, that I think one would recognize are more characteristic of behavioral addictions today. So, thanks.
Hi, Father Luke. You were mentioning rhythmicity of chanting as being very important, and it immediately occurred to me that it would be fascinating to look at how it affects respiration cycles. And of course, actually, in producing the sounds, probably resonating the viscera that are making those, that are producing those vocalizations, as being relevant to sort of, regulating the autonomic nervous system. There's a lot of work on sort of dominance of left and right nostril and how that might influence hemispheric dominance. But that would seem like a really sort of
And thank you for that comment, because again, I think there are lots of ways that have not yet been properly explored in which this very important aspect of our traditions could be more discreetly explained to those in the scientific disciplines. Another point I failed to make in my presentation is that I talked about private psalmody versus corporate psalmody, but it would be important also to point out that in the traditions, both East and West, there is a form of psalmody that does not involve active participation on the part of the recipient other than the repetition of a phrase, an antiphon, a verse that occurs maybe between the psalms or in the course of what in the West one would regard as not so much of a hymn, but a kind of a repeated phrase. That there would be a listening to a text that is chanted by a cantor, and then there would be the repetition of the phrase by the individual themselves. I think that's probably in the West most widely popularized in Taizé chant. But it's also a very important part of the ancient Gregorian tradition and has not been widely studied and would be something fascinating to look at. I must add, though, from the perspective of the West, that the model I described of an alternating rhythm of psalmody, silence, and again, in the early church, this would have been a prostrate silence. Literally, one would have prostrated between the psalms. In my own tradition, in the Benedictine tradition, that probably existed at the time of Benedict, although choir stalls limited the ability to do a prostration, and so it became a profound bow. But nevertheless, very quickly, with the introduction of Gregorian chant, the silences between the psalmodies disappeared or found its way into places between or in the middle of verses, and it's really only a modern restoration of that ancient practice that is not universal in the Western monastic tradition. So that in general, in the Gregorian tradition, you move from one psalm to the next. Immediately after the antiphon, there is no period of silence. So I just wanted to bracket what I presented as something characteristic of the ancient past, being revived in some parts of the West today, but certainly not universal, and actually resisted among those who are primarily concerned with Gregorian chant. A footnote, sorry.
Yes. You made a distinction in your talk between singing the Psalms and then singing joined to the Psalms. I was wondering what you're getting at there.
I simply meant that was the, and again, the text, if I recall, was from the Anti-Hereticos, and so the original is in Syriac, and Dr. Robin Darla-Young could give a much better and more precise grammatical assessment of it, but that's the term that Evagrius uses. My interpretation of that is that singing joined with the Psalms means that there is some sort of cantillation of the text. We don't know what it would have been like, how simple it would have been. Probably it would not have been very complex, certainly nothing like the level of complexity that it achieved later. But that there is this mixture of musical and chanted appreciation of the text, but also for Evagrius, a sense that as you do that, you can be touched by and entered into a deeper connection with the logoi, with the deeper meaning of or the explication of the text. And well, his commentaries on, or his scholia on the Psalms are his longest work. So he really believed that trying to understand the deeper meaning, the sometimes perceptible contemplative hint of the connection with God that occurs during the Psalms can be an important part even during the ascetical practice of chanting. Oh.
Hi. I'm wondering if practicing psalmody with the goal of calming oneself rather than as a cry to God or as an attempt to communicate with God, perhaps would affect the results of that experience?
That's such an interesting question, because there are some scholarly discussions of patristic texts that particularly argue that the practice of psalmody makes it difficult to achieve penthos, which of course is so very important in the hesychastic tradition, as I'm sure we'll hear, that somehow the buoyancy of the psalmody will prevent the interior appreciation of the need for offering the brokenness of the self to God and even the gift of tears. So I think you're probably right that there are probably different qualities of psalmody that need to be highlighted in order for one to talk about, if you will, effect. But I think, to be perfectly honest, I think if you ask the ancient authors what the primary effect of psalmody is, it's to spend time with God.
Thank you both for your presentations. I'm interested in learning more about Hildegard of, I think it's Bingen?
Bingen, yes.
Bingen. And have you, either of you, come across this in your research? Was she influenced by Evagrius? And what about her thoughts on healing and nature, plants?
Certainly, well, and the tradition of Evagrius would have reached her through Cassian, and through other authors. There are a very limited number of Evagrian texts that would have been available in Latin. Whether in the monastery at Eibingen and Bingen those texts would have been available is an interesting question, but not answered as far as I know. There was a kind of an indirect awareness of those who were branded as Origenists that had influenced particularly that generation of nuns and monks, and they were agonizing over the questions of whether or not these authors who were kind of quasi-condemned could actually be a part of one's experience. Hildegard's a fascinating author. She is a musician. She is a composer. I strongly advise not to read Matthew Fox's translations of Hildegard. They are completely unreliable. He at one point translates Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritu Sancto as, "O thou greening source of undisguised wisdom." You know. So don't read Matthew Fox's translations. Look at more recent ones. She is a fascinating figure. She is a mystic who is sharing her own experience of being touched by God. Another little point, the illuminations that are often used to illustrate her mystical visions are not by her. She did not actually draw them. They were drawn by her sisters of the second and third generation. So be careful of that equivalence. You're having a second generation attempt to articulate those visions. They're wild, they're wonderful, they're wacky. They are marvelous connections with the heart of a nun who was herself inspired and at the same time was deeply connected with what in the Eastern tradition would be called theoria physici, finding God in creation. She was fascinated with elements, with medical treatments. She's an early author who recommended boiling water from the Rhine before drinking it, long before the 19th century discovery of bacteria. So she is a fascinating figure to study, but difficult. And I would say go cautiously into that thicket, find something that you find appealing and interesting, and then find people who actually spend time looking at what she says and not just what they think she says.
Thank you both.
Do you want to say something?
No, I think you right about what?
The Evagrian's interest in the West, or influence on the West, into Clement or through Clement, or
Well, thank you. No, I think I think the West gets Evagrius almost entirely through Cassian, and perhaps through Ad Monachos and
Ad Virgines, I think that is what.
Yes, and to a nun.
Yeah.
But they're. Oh yeah. Sorry, but it's not turned on, however.
We'll use
Yes.
this.
Thank you kindly. What?
It's on.
Well, I'm still using this one because Father Luke gave it to me. It's possible that the writing that was translated into Latin, that is Ad Monachos and Ad Virginem, was still circulating. We actually don't know. If so, Evagrius has very subtle meanings in Greek and distinctions between the monks and a nun and the sisters who lived with her. And Hildegard seems to not have been confined by such regulatory impulses. But he would if she knew that, she would have understood Evagrius's point of view that women as well as men had precisely the same ability to enter into theoria, perhaps by somewhat different pathways.
And maybe even a better depiction of theoria, because so many women mystics use the imagery and language of vision to do exquisitely complex theology, which of course they weren't able to do at the universities. I would only add parenthetically, I secretly hope that there's a reference in the Rule of St. Benedict where he uses an allegorical interpretation of the casting one's thoughts before Christ, which is the same as crushing the heads of the little children. He allegorically interprets that, and that's in fact an Evagrian text. I'd love to think that he had secondary access to some of that material, perhaps through texts we don't know.
thank you. I was wondering if both of you could speak more about Evagrius's concept of the nous. Because I don't think someone like Plotinus would say that music energize. It might help you direct the nous, but it doesn't make the nous do what the nous does. So, where is Evagrius getting his concept of the nous from? Do you think it's different from the classical pagan philosophers? Is it from the Septuagint?
He certainly gets some of it from John of Lycopolis. There's a wonderful story of his journeying to a sage to ask the question, is the light of the nous, that mysterious kind of blue glow that happens when one enters into prayer or experiences the union with God, is this the natural radiance of the image of God within the heart, or is it a reflection of God, kind of like the later notion of the Taboric light? I don't think John completely answers the question. He kind of demurs and says, well, these are among the mysteries, but it could be a little of both. And so there is, I think, an indigenous tradition, perhaps even influenced by earlier Christian, perhaps influenced by Second Temple sources, of that which happens to you as you approach to God and begin to discover something of the radiance of the divine. How he would have come by that, what sources he would have experienced. He certainly had a long history, as Joel Calvismaki has reminded us, in the philosophical tradition, well before his retirement to the desert. And so he probably would have been familiar with middle Platonic texts, with some primary Platonic texts as well. But as you say, this is not how Plotinus understands the goal of the nous. But hopefully Evagrius is not, as he was later condemned, someone who doesn't really appreciate the true significance of Christ or of our embodiment. I think he did. I think he was very strongly convinced of the transfigurational embodiment experience, although his way of articulating it probably makes use of the more traditional philosophical language of nous. But for him, the nous is the cardia. The nous is the deepest level of the self. I keep trying to remind my seminarians that because they're stuck with the Western language of the soul. And I keep saying it's more than just the soul. That's the metaphysical nervous system that connects what, unfortunately, in Aquinas becomes the ratio, the equivalent of the nous. But whatever you understand the deepest level of the self to be, where we are in the image of God, it has to be connected with the soma in some way. And so we have this soul. But it's not the deepest level. It's not the nous. And I'm sure that's true of Evagrius as well.
Yes, I was actually going to add to that, that Evagrius, more than once in his works, criticizes those who defame the body because it is the instrument of our salvation, connected, of course, to the nous by the soul. And he also takes very seriously, which Plotinus could not, another text that Origen too takes very similarly, namely, all those who are baptized into Christ have put on Christ. Would you like to comment on that? Okay.
Thank you both for your presentations. I was very fascinated by Father Luke's comment about crises in Evagrius.
Sorry?
The comment you made about crisis, the word crisis.
Oh, crisis, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you understood it, or you interpreted it from a medical standpoint, right? As kind of a change, transformation, or a critical time in an illness where it can go up or down, and that this is how Evagrius understands the term, essentially. So I was wondering if you see this term, crisis, connect to pronoia in Evagrius?
Connected to?
Pronoia.
Pronoia.
And whether there is also a medical interpretation to that term that appears in paired to crisis, and maybe
yes. Thank you.
Dr. Abendorf can maybe also say something about that.
I think I am fascinated, as you can guess, by his use of that term, because of course it is generally translated by translators as judgment, and that misses the much deeper significance of the term. He was condemned for believing that there are a series of crises that extend beyond this life into the world to come. And he does not mean by that judgments in the sense of condemnations, but transformations, that we are given future opportunities, as you were suggesting in the dialogue with the angel Uriel. We are given opportunities to make spiritual progress, something like Gregory of Nyssa's epectasis, an ongoing movement of union with God that is a discovering something of the greater depth of God. So that certainly involves change. And the idea of crisis is the acknowledgement of periods or times of change, of transformation. Yes, in terms of pronoia or foreseeing or a sense of being able to describe or understand the crises, I think that is very much a part of what he believes. What you find in the Practicos and in the Gnosticos and its attempt to provide useful advice to someone who is offering spiritual direction is, what are the changes that this person is experiencing? How are they afflicted by this demon? How have they overcome that? How is their movement into apatheia, into less compulsion, less addiction? How is that being experienced as a change, and maybe an enduring change? And therefore, yes, the concept of crisis would be deeply linked to their prognostic as well as their diagnostic abilities as a spiritual father. Thank you for that. And yes, I think the extent to which Hippocratic aphorisms are themselves circulating in that community is debated and discussed. I think many of you may be aware that years ago there was an attempt to prove that the Gospel of Luke was written by a physician, by claiming that you can find specifically medical terminology in the Gospel of Luke, or at least medical imagery. For example, with regard to the woman who has suffered from bleeding issues, in St. Luke's Gospel, he does not say she wasted her money on many physicians. So maybe that's some sort of a vindication of the medical community. Those attempts, one would have to admit, failed, because the language of Hippocrates and Galen, the language of medical terminology, is not specifically medical. It is widely used in a variety of other contexts. It became a part of the way one spoke of ordinary experience of health. And so it's very, very difficult to say absolutely this represents a borrowing from a Galenic or from a Hippocratic text. But I do believe that the material is there, myself.
Father, can you comment on the role? Psalmody, psalmodia, implies music of some sort. Can you imply, and clearly we have several traditions within this room. Psalmodia sung by the Russian Orthodox Church is a lot different than psalmodia sung by Father Chrysostomos at Mount Athos, as it is sung by my brothers to my right here. So can you discuss the role of actual music as it evolved and as it will evolve in the future?
It is fascinating, especially in the 4th and early 5th centuries, how Christian hymnody at one point seems to have been rather discouraged because it was being used by heretics, especially by the Arians, and suddenly psalmody seems to have been a safer literature. Now, what kind of music was used? There is an Oxyrhynchus papyrus, which is actually earlier. I think it's 3rd century rather than 2nd, which is probably the only text we have, and it's a relatively brief fragment that seems to have musical notation on it. There's a lot of literature on it. People try to imagine what it would have been like if it were sung. How melismatic, how complex would it have been? How simple would it have been? Certainly the best guess I think people can offer as to what it would have been like in the 4th century is probably not very complex, but at the same time probably not just monotone. Someone like Augustine will say in the Western tradition at the beginning of the 5th century that he's a little concerned that the cantor's rendition of psalmody, what we might call the responsorial psalm, is too beautiful, that it focuses you on the music rather than on the text, and that therefore it can be a temptation. And I think to some extent that tension may have existed. What would it have been like in the 4th century? Beware of anybody who claims that they know. I mean, we don't. We can make our best guess. We can try to look back at, Eastern traditions of chant as they existed in the Greek tradition, the earliest forms of what could be reliable Gregorian chant are, well, we have them in manuscript form in the 8th and 9th centuries, but they're probably based, as some historians of music have pointed out, on things that actually were being discussed during the time of Gregory the Great in the 7th century. But earlier than that, we're plunged into a lot of uncertainty. You're absolutely right. Psalmody is highly diverse in the world today. I'm afraid it's probably even more diverse and problematic in the West than in the East. But the question of how we use it, I think, would first require an ability to discreetly describe what we mean by it, and that would require a whole variety of descriptors we're only just coming to be able to use.
Dr. Young, I am curious, with the authors of the Second Temple that you were talking about, and some of the quotations that you had up there, was there a general supposition that the contemplative life comes after, let's say, one's obligations to family life at an earlier age, sort of almost in an analogous way to Eastern religion and Eastern philosophy, where you spend your latter years sort of penetrating the depths of the contemplative life, but that's only after you've sort of put in the early effort of years with your family. Is that a correct understanding in terms of Judaism at that time, or is it not?
Is this on?
Yes,
okay.
but closer and louder.
Okay, thank you. It's very intriguing to think about the possible passage of ascetic traditions from farther east to the west, and by the west I mean here Egypt, possibly through the Red Sea. There's evidence, hard evidence in the sense of statues, that there was an interest in Egypt in Eastern contemplative figures. I'm thinking of an image of the Buddha here that shows up in Egypt, probably coming from about the 2nd century BCE, if I remember correctly. Yet, I would, well, there's, and another thing, there is also the statement that Porphyry himself wanted to go further east to explore these contemplative or meditative traditions, and so enlisted, as it turned out haplessly, in the army of Gordian to do so. Having said all that, and it is very intriguing and there are obvious parallels, my own, I have to mention one more person. Clement also, Clement of Alexandria also mentions sages from the East, by which he probably means Buddhists. However, I think for two reasons, it is unlikely that those Second Temple Jewish authors knew directly about those traditions. Yes, I think it's unlikely. Because for one thing, we simply don't have any textual or material proof of it. So I just want to say that there are certain parallels. They probably arise out of the similarities of human experience and not out of direct derivation.
Maybe I would just add that in terms of that idea of practice or a period of one's life that is concerned with the acquisition of virtue and then the opening to theoria that happens perhaps when the storms of passion or certain hormonal tendencies have begun to recede, is a very common and recurring theme. I'd perhaps point as well in terms of its presence in this early period, and one's looking at, say, the Jewish apocalyptic material and then the Second Temple literature, bear in mind, of course, that much of this will influence the development of Kabbalah. And it's only really described, we tend to think of Kabbalah in its medieval traditions, but there is, even today, there is a strong emphasis on you don't read this literature until you're married for a long time, and because, of course, things like nuptial metaphor will be used in it, and you need to be able to deal with that in later life. So I think one can see the seeds of that already present, a sense that there needs to be a kind of a spiritual maturity that will enable you to deal responsibly with metaphor and imagery that could otherwise be misunderstood and possibly misapplied. And I would say that in the West or in the Catholic tradition, we're constantly being reminded in the news of horrific figures who have done exactly that, who have misused this material in exactly the wrong way.
Yes, Origen cites in his fragmentary commentary on the Song of Songs, he, of course, cites the rabbi's reluctance to allow young men to read the Song of Songs before they understand what it properly is. And he understands that the tradition itself means for that restriction to be in place, and I think it's a good argument, yes, too.
In my order, we're not supposed to read from the book of Judges in the evenings. We don't necessarily follow that, but it's in the rules. So.
And the last question.
Clement does speak about householders, and he lists up the householder as having a more difficult trial and test than the monastic. I wonder if you could comment on how a shift was made from that ethos to the monastic, which came later, which we hear about all the time, and the householder is forgotten.
Yes, I don't think that the monastic, I don't think that asceticism came after Clement. Justin talks about it, talks about those who have remained single Christians, virgins, male and female, for their entire lives, and he's very proud of it. And Eusebius also, later, of course, emphasizes that. Clement is very well known as the last Christian author until, I don't know, John Paul II, who thinks of the married life as having the same possibility for discipline and contemplation as the ascetic life. But I think that the pattern, and well, of course Philo was very probably married as well, but I think that the pattern that Luke has been talking about and that these texts in their own way talk about still holds, despite Clement. And then Clement, I think Clement needs to be taken as a whole because of his deliberate, and Philo does this too, deliberate scattering of insights throughout his texts. He requires you to go back and reconsider what he said. He's, in my view, someone who thoroughly endorses the ascetic life as a necessary prelude for gnosis, for knowledge. So yes, he doesn't demean marriage at all. In fact, he praises it. But I expect that he himself was very likely single, and that he, as a Christian teacher in a developing diocese, so to speak, that would be Alexandria, as a Christian teacher, he tries to give equal consideration to the various forms of life. That's my point of view. I don't know. What do you think, Luke?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I think also a not unexplored but often not emphasized aspect of the contemplative tradition, which is so important in Evagrius, is that there is this ongoing movement, and it includes theory of physici. It includes a contemplation that is multiform, that involves word and image and complexity and her personal history and difficulties and joys and sorrows. And it's a necessary, not just bridge and not just necessarily stairway into the experience of theoria, but it's, to kind of use, and part of the reason for my using the imagery that I did on my website of the arrow that goes in one direction and goes in the other direction, that's deliberately borrowed from chemistry, in which you have a reaction that is in a solid state. It's moving into one side and coming back to the other side and maintaining a balanced relationship. And in the middle of that is theoria physicae, is the beholding of God in creation, which for embodied creatures is also an anticipation of the eschaton. There is that in the beholding of creation, which is also an anticipation of that which we are to be in eternity. I think that's been neglected, and of course the householder, the one who experiences precisely the dynamics of child rearing and the difficulty of spousal relationships and the kind of drudgery of just having to provide food and survival for the day, that's precisely where those very great complexities can become refulgent with divine meaning. And I think if we lose sight of that and don't realize that, especially for people like Evagrius, that is central, that is essential, that's a part of his theology. He's not Plotinus. He doesn't believe that we're supposed to get our nous out of the body and into an existence with a spiritual reality. It's all about the resurrection of the body, even though it's possible to misinterpret the letter to Melania.
I'm not going to go there, but I want to end this session because I see our moderator approaching by reminding everybody, if you haven't read this little apophthegm before, in the Apophthegmata Patrum from the next century, there is a very beautiful monastic testimony to what you have just said, which is, there is a physician in Alexandria.
Exactly.
Every day he sings with the angels.
And he wasn't a monk.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
had the last word after all.
And may we also thank our speakers. Initially, there were no questions, but then we had a lot of questions, and that's wonderful. So now we end our first session. We will reconvene here at 2 o'clock sharp for the second session. And I also just wanted to report that other than us gathered here, we also have 95 guests that are attending this conference virtually. So thanks to you and thanks to you throughout the world. Thank you. Thank you.
Go somewhere.
I think they, they probably go back to.
Why don't we just put them right here?
back from lunch, and welcome also to the 155 people we have online to our afternoon session. We're very excited to have you here. My name is Nathan Tilley. I teach here at the Catholic University of America, and I'll be introducing our speakers. Our next speaker is Father Damaskinos Olkinora, who is a hieromonk of the monastic brotherhood of Xenophontos on Mount Athos in Greece, and also a university lecturer in systematic theology and patristics at the University of Eastern Finland. His research interests include Byzantine liturgy and chant, as well as monastic devotion to the Theotokos, and he's actively working on patristic and liturgical translations into Finnish and Estonian. Recently, he has also undertaken the role of spiritual father and refounder of the convent of St. Andrew, the first called, and John the Baptist in Saaremaa, Estonia. So please welcome him.
First of all, I want to thank everyone involved in organizing this conference and for the kind invitation to participate in it. I must confess I feel completely unworthy in speaking on this topic, contemplative prayer on Mount Athos in the 20th century, because I am only a beginner in monastic life, and as noble as academic activities can prove to be, I know from my own experience that they admittedly at least partially interrupt one's contemplative life. Having said that, I feel extremely privileged to have learned prayer from great elders of the Holy Mountain, most importantly our abbot, Archimandrite Alexius, with whose blessing I am here, who has guided our brotherhood for nearly 5 decades now, and has played an important role in the revival of cenobidic, in other words, communal monastic life on Mount Athos. He's also spiritually related to Elder Emilianos of Simonopetra, another important figure in this process, not to speak of his relations with recent Athonite saints like Saint Paisios, Saint Porphyrios, Saint Ephrem of Katunakia, and others. In this talk, I wish to provide some reflections from my own experience as an Athonite monk, but also the necessary historical background that helps contextualize the varying intensities of contemplative prayer on the Holy Mountain, coupled with teachings of important elders of the past decades. Surprisingly, a key factor since the early 19th century in transmitting the ideals of contemplative prayer has been technology. I will speak about this matter a little later in my talk. When one thinks of Athonite prayer life, the first step requires making a distinction between the cenobidic and eremitic lifestyles. As is commonly known, the Orthodox monastic world does not consist of orders like the Western Church, where some monastic orders are distinctly labeled as contemplative or cloistered, providing them ample time and favorable circumstances for abundant contemplative prayer. Instead, when we speak of the Orthodox monastic experience throughout the centuries, and I think the Holy Mountain is a unique place where all the different varieties of monastic experience still exist, we must speak of the numerous and different ways in which practicing monastic virtues can take place. The common thread in this variety, however, can be found in the emphasis on the practice of contemplative prayer by all monks, even though that ideal is expressed in diverse ways. And indeed, the practical application of this ideal can look very different from place to place. In a small hermitage or cave in the area of the Holy Mountain we call the desert, life consists mainly of personal contemplative prayer and reading. On the other hand, in a large monastery, even taking care of the infrastructure and receiving visitors becomes a full-time job, and most of one's prayer time is spent in common liturgical worship in the main church, Catholicon, of the monastery, or in one of the surrounding chapels, leaving much less time for engagement with a personal prayer rule. And I will return to the details of this diversity a little later. But now it is time for us to take a moment and consider briefly the history of the Holy Mountain, a monastic center practicing the contemplative life for at least 1,200 years, it is today the most important monastic center of the world. In the history of the theology of contemplative prayer, it played a pivotal role during the so-called Hesychast controversies of the 14th century. Saint Gregory Palamas, an Athonite monk and later Archbishop of Thessalonica, promoted the centuries-old idea of true experience of God through contemplative prayer, practiced especially in the form of the so-called Jesus prayer, Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. Historical developments of European geopolitics took their toll on the Holy Mountain as well. During the centuries of Ottoman occupation, many of the ancient monastic traditions fell partially into disuse. And closer to our own time, the Holy Mountain experienced a difficult era in the early to mid-1900s, thanks to the socialist revolutions in many Orthodox countries, World War II, and the Greek Civil War. The number of monks dramatically sank, but nevertheless, the contemplative tradition never disappeared, like it had not disappeared before either. We became dark. We entered the dark cloud. Thank you. So the title of my talk mentions the renaissance of contemplative prayer in the Holy Mountain, and my focus here is in the modern renaissance of the 20th century, but its roots go much deeper. Much of this renaissance is indebted to the work of a group called the Colivades, together with Saint Nicodemus the Athonites in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. They were active in reviving the contemplative traditions of early desert monasticism, of which we heard today in the morning, and producing an important compilation of ascetical texts from the 4th century to the Hesychast text of the 14th century that Saint Nicodemus and Macarius of Corinth collected from codices of the Athonite monastery of Vatopedi. The title of the seminal work was Philokalia, Love Towards the Beautiful. Thanks to book printing, these texts that had earlier remained mainly in the shadows of often poorly catalogued monastic libraries became more broadly available to monks. Of course, providing that they could read. Not everybody could read. This is the first instance in which technology played an important role in promoting contemplative prayer in the East, thanks to book printing. The parallel process of compiling and translating ascetical texts by Saint Paisie Velichkovsky into Church Slavonic also led to a new blossoming of hesychasm among Russian-speaking monks, perhaps most importantly represented later on by Saint Siluan the Athonite and his disciple Saint Sophroni Sakharov, who was also mentioned today, both significant teachers of contemplative prayer. But Saint Nicodemus also composed an office to all Athonite saints that came to be celebrated throughout the Greek world, thus again providing means for promoting ascetical practices through its descriptions in the hymns. The tradition of Saint Nicodemus and the Colivades never disappeared, despite the historical circumstances that weakened the Athonite monastic republic. Before the world wars, and especially after them, hesychastic prayer life was very much alive in some of the desert cells and became even more popular. Often one traces the roots of this first wave of the modern revival of contemplative prayer to Saint Joseph the Hesychast, a hermit who lived in the first half of the 20th century in the Athonite desert and whose disciples later on became abbots in half-deserted Athonite monasteries. The fruits of his labors can be seen even today in the numerous monasteries founded in North America, for example, by one of his disciples, the late Elder Ephraim of Arizona. Much has been said and written about the contemplative life of Saint Joseph, including his impressive visions that acted as an important motivation during his harsh ascetical struggles, and his life should by no means be understated. He was, however, not the only hesychast of his time, even though he himself stated finding a teacher for contemplative prayer was challenging. From the testimonies by Hieromonk Cherubim, from the skit of Saint Anne, for instance, one can read of many virtuous monks who faithfully kept contemplative prayer as a part of their daily life. In the meantime, in the 20th century, many of the 20 ruling monasteries, as well as we call them in the Holy Mountain, had fallen during the preceding centuries into the so-called idiorhythmic lifestyle, generally considered a degenerate form of communal life, where each monk had their own finances and the monastery's central administrative structure was rather loose and lacked unity. The attempts to reorganize these idiorhythmic monasteries began already during the Colivades period in the late 18th century, when, for instance, in 1784, hieromonk Paisios arrived in our monastery, Xenophontos, and wrote new statutes for it in order to impose a stricter communal model for monastic life, initially successful, but then falling again into an idiorhythmic state in the 20th century because of political circumstances. But this does not mean that contemplative prayer would have disappeared even in idiorhythmic monasteries, even though we often speak quite negatively about them today. When our abbot arrived in Xenophontos in 1976, in order to become its new abbot, he found a group of elderly monks with very little formal training in theology or monastic ideals. Some of them didn't even really know what a tonsure is. However, as our abbot has in a recently published collection of the lives of these elders said, and as well as in numerous talks he has given to us, some of them were true hesychasts and even knew by heart numerous passages of the Philokalia by their page numbering, actually. So they could say that take volume 1, look at page 265, look at passage number 56. It's useful advice for you. And this experience that our abbot had contradicts the established narrative retold by many scholars today, claiming that contemplative prayer would not have been a very essential part of the monasteries until the reforms in the 1970s. And this brings us finally to the revival of contemplative prayer in the ruling monasteries, a process that was tightly connected with the reorganizing of these monastic settlements. From the late 1960s and especially the 1970s onwards, the Ecumenical Patriarchate and the Holy Mountain itself took an active stance in re-inhabiting monasteries that had fallen into poor condition. Apart from the disciples of St. Joseph, there were many monks arriving from elsewhere in Greece and Cyprus, including 2 hieromonks from another monastic center in Greece, Meteora. And these monks were Elder Emilianos, who was the abbot of Simonopetra, and our elder Alexios, who is the abbot of Xenophontos, and later on also revived the monastery of Pantokratoros in the Holy Mountain. There were also other monks from elsewhere in Greece, for example, Elder Gregory, who was the abbot of Dokiariou, came from Patmos, and Elder Parthenios, who is still the abbot of St. Paul's Monastery, came from Kefalonia, etc. This list shows that each one of them brought with them some experience of their previous monastic training in their original monasteries that were outside of Mount Athos. For example, both our elder and Elder Emilianos were disciples of Metropolitan Dionysius of Trichy and Stagi, who was a virtuous man himself, a confessor during the German occupation and Nazi concentration camps, and the reviver of monasticism in his own diocese in central Greece, as well as the author of an important anthology for his time titled Eastern Orthodox Monasticism that became very a useful tool for creating these new revived monasteries in the late 20th century. But the plurality of monastic experience is apparent from the differences in which our abbot and Elder Emilianos, for example, organized the monastic life, despite the fact that they shared the same spiritual father. First of all, when we read older accounts from Cenobitic communal monasteries, the usual prayer rule in Athonite monasteries in the old times was about 1 hour long, the personal prayer rule that monks had. This was a tradition that our venerable elder found at our monastery when he arrived there half a century ago, and he wanted to stick to it because it was the tradition of the monastery. Only monks who have received the great schema have on some days of the week longer vigils in their cells, but the usual prayer rule is about 1 hour long. Since the prayer rule is relatively brief, we follow liturgical rubrics of the communal services rather faithfully and do not abbreviate our services, so our communal services are quite long. On the other hand, Elder Emilianos' own mystical experience of ascetical life commended him to create a monastic rule that allows his monks to pray a personal prayer rule lasting even up to 6 hours every day. In order to accommodate the length of this personal contemplation that the monks practice, the common offices are slightly briefer than at our monastery. The long prayer rule is also a common feature of monasteries that had their background in the Desert Brotherhood of St. Joseph the Hesychast, because it was quite usual in the Hesychast cells to practice personal prayer more than communal prayer, thanks to the small numbers of the monks that were dwelling there. And they brought with them the traditionally eremitic practice of a long prayer rule to the great monasteries. On the other hand, Saint Sophrony of Essex, after founding his monasteries in France and England, established a practice of communally reading the Jesus Prayer to replace daily offices, and this is commonly practiced even today in small cells of the Holy Mountain, where there are just not enough monks for the needs of proper liturgical offices. And both of these phenomena, I mean, first the lengthening of the personal prayer rule or replacing the common offices with Jesus prayer, are actually novelties in the tradition of the Holy Mountain for the ruling monasteries. However, these practical differences should not be seen as contradictory or as a destruction of an age-old tradition of the great monasteries, but as different ways of emphasizing the one and the same phenomenon, which is making contemplative prayer an inextricable part of daily monastic experience, even in communal settings. And Elder Eliseos, who is the present abbot and of the monastery of Simonopetra and the spiritual child of Elder Emilianos, has called this a neo-Hesychast synthesis. In other words, combining communal life with this longer personal prayer that was more common for the eremitic practice. Thanks to the distribution of ascetical literature to a greater extent in the 20th century, the exceptionally practical and easily understandable teachings of St. Paisios and Porphyrios that became more and more popular, and finally the internet and the way the general emphasis on contemplative prayer has been distributed through online, has brought people from all corners of the world to the Holy Mountain to learn this noble art. The internet, however, poses many dangers to the technological distribution of contemplative ideas that was earlier on conducted by book printing. We have a lot of monks who come to the Holy Mountain nowadays from the West because they've seen YouTube videos of the Holy Mountain. And we are actually experiencing, I think, a new phase of a technological introduction to monastic life, not the least because I see novices arriving at the monastery who have been saturated since their early childhood with information technology. Their addiction of mobile devices is a new challenge in monastic life, where we try to cut ourselves off the world's distractions. Distraction can be called the original sin of the mind, and technology indeed poses an immense danger in this respect. But not only are the youth to be blamed, we often blame the youth for everything, but it must be admitted that even though it is generally said that Mount Athos sticks to traditions and opposes changes and reforms, technology has profoundly changed our monastic society, especially during the past 50 years. Back then, monks did not even have roads between the various monasteries, and now some of us use smartphones, and accommodation is provided to pilgrims through online booking platforms. But at least we are aware of these dangers and try to fight against them. Another problem is that the expectations for the ascetic life that many of these internet-influenced newcomers have are often based on a very strong presupposition on the reality of ascetic life formed by online communities and influencers, leading sometimes to deep disappointment when actually arriving at the Holy Mountain and realizing that Athonite monasticism is a world of struggles. or intercategorization of Athonite monasteries into true and false monasteries, something that is not practiced in the Holy Mountain in the same way, where this variety or the differences between monasteries is seen as a richness that accommodates different characters of monks who want to dwell there. So it's also very typical that a monk chooses his monastery based on the character of the monastery or the abbot. I will only mention briefly, but not to dwell on, the way some undiscerning circles have also hijacked certain spiritual elders and exploited their teachings to further their own propaganda that is coupled with conspiracy theories or other political agendas. This is a particularly topical phenomenon here in North America, unfortunately. But it is exactly due to this modernization, the particular polarization that the rise of the social media and other forms of internet have caused, and the danger of using these tools to make Athonite life into a mythology that begins to live in its own disembodied online existence, to which the practice of contemplative prayer in its true Athonite setting, in the physical location of the monk's cell, his monastic courtyard, and the main church, is a medicine perhaps needed more today than ever in the world's history, I would say. And now I want to turn my attention finally to the practice and mystical qualities of this personal contemplation as we live it in the Holy Mountain. Contemplative life, as I earlier said, is the aim of each Athonite monk during every moment of his day, from the common liturgical life to the work they have to do. The Sitz im Leben of contemplative prayer, however, is the personal prayer rule in the monk's cell that, as we saw, might last from the common 1 hour in many Cenobitic monasteries to even 8 hours in desert cells. A central part of this rule is the recitation of Jesus' prayer, but also other prayers might be included, such as the recitation of psalms, the agathostos, or supplicatory canons. While some monasteries provide a clear structure for the prayer rule, Elder Emilianos, for example, encouraged the monks to find their own way of conducting this mystical dialogue with God, and therefore he preferred the word vigil over rule. But it takes place always during the night, when external distractions are reduced to their very least. The emphasis given to the personal prayer rule through elders such as Joseph and Emilianos, nevertheless, was coupled with the sacramental experience of more frequent communion, again burgeoning forth from the Colivades movement 2 centuries before us. Both St. Joseph and Elder Emilianos, as well as our own abbot, for example, have emphasized the importance of frequent communion as a necessity feature of a successful practice of contemplative prayer. Elder Emilianos describes contemplative prayer both as a preparation and a result of the common prayer in the Catholicon, the main church of the monastery, which is highlighted by the Divine Liturgy. And now I quote Elder Emilianos. He says, "Our divine office and our liturgy can be experienced only as a culmination of our prayer and as a starting point for our prayer after it. In other words, only a person who prays before leaving for church, and especially with the name of Jesus, can truly say to have participated in liturgy and understood everything. Therefore, I get up an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours before the service to bow down before God, to supplicate Him, to kneel down, to ponder, to open my heart, to express my wishes to Him, to fly in the heaven, and to recite the Jesus prayer. Then I go to church and reach the peak of my prayer. After this, I return to my cell and continue my prayer, being in the company of Christ while reciting His name." End of quote. If the Eucharist is the divine mystery which binds the monastic community together with itself, the whole church, and ultimately Christ, it also provides a broader theological context for personal contemplative prayer. It must always be coupled with self-sacrifice and love towards one's neighbor. Even in a monastery that is dedicated to contemplative prayer, serving one's brother always takes priority over personal prayer in the cell. St. Ephrem of Katunakia told an account of him praying in his cell when another brother interrupted him and asked the saint to assist him in some practical work. A thought of annoyance for being disturbed crossed the saint's mind, even though he did not express this thought to his brother, but nevertheless, according to his own words, this caused him to lose divine grace for 6 months. This means also that prayer is a part of all mundane activities of the monk. St. Ephrem of Katunakia told his disciples to pray even when going to the toilet. And he also exhorted them, I quote, "When you are doing your handicraft or any other service for the community, do not abandon prayer, because prayer also makes you divine. The first thing you will feel in doing so, my dear fathers, is joy. The first phase, the first sign that you shall feel while reciting the prayer of the Jesus prayer, he means, is joy. And joy is nothing else than a little stone by the seashore. It means that you begin to become luminous from the inside. Therefore, recite the prayer, recite the prayer, recite the prayer, and it will bring you to another, much better state that you cannot even imagine, however much you might ponder on it." End of quote. Examples of divine grace reaching the monk in the process of prayerful work is attested to by numerous testimonies. Archimandrite Ephrem, the abbot of the Vatopedi monastery, described the life of their late elder Joseph, who was a disciple of the homonymous Hesychast, thus, and I quote, "While working, our elder Joseph was often visited by divine grace. When he was at the new skid, at times when he was doing his handicraft, specifically the production of wood-carved seals for the prosphora or the communion bread, for the sake of obedience and not for remuneration, he often received much grace, as he himself would tell us. While carving the seals, the sweetness of grace frequently visited him in his heart, along with many tears." And in the same spirit, St. Paisios exhorted his audience, I quote again, "Always keep the sweetest name of Jesus on your lips, so that your soul will be sweetened. It is a monumental matter to spend the entire day with the prayer," meaning Jesus' prayer again. "You begin your day with the prayer, then you continue with your chores while saying the prayer, and thus whatever you do is blessed. And also blessed are all who participate in the fruits of that work. For example, when you cook and say the prayer, the food you prepare is blessed, as are the people who eat it." End of quote. One of the aims of contemplative prayer is to help, through our prayers for the whole world, to unite all of humanity with the divinity. Elder Emilianos emphasized that our life in itself becomes this prayer, and I quote him, "When someone asks for prayers from us, we reassure them that we will definitely pray for them. This is a truthful answer because we do so. Our purification from sins and our presence in the Church's offices, in Vespers, Compline, and especially in our all-night vigils, is prayer for all souls, also for the soul that asks for intercessions. The whole of our existence at the monastery is prayer." End of quote. Therefore, contemplative prayer is a state of existence, a constant feeling of being in the presence of God, an unceasing attempt to reach one's purification from sins and sanctification towards the likeness of God. This holistic character of contemplation penetrates all moments and forms of life at the monastery, rather than being a spiritual practice reduced to the personal vigil conducted in cells, even though the latter also carries special importance. But it exists in a cyclical relation to everything else in the monastic life. To echo the teachings of our elder, the common prayer we have in the church is when we all show up together before the face of God. And like at any feast that we attend together with other people, we behave and we dress up for it. But when we have our personal vigil, we are naked before God. Like the ancient desert monks said, we are monos pros monon, alone with the only one. and it shows the true state of our spiritual life. Meaning that if I'm not very good at praying, I usually start feeling tired or bored when I'm praying in myself. Therefore, everything we do during that personal vigil prepares us for the coming day, and on the other hand, reflects the previous day. And again, I quote Elder Emilianos, "The encounter of the monk with God in his cell in the middle of the night is the heart of his life. It is this which regulates the whole of his day round: work, rest, diet, and so on. The faithful monk emerges as from a fiery furnace, which is in flames but does not burn. Such personal development forms the structure and training of the body of the whole of the brotherhood," says Elder Emilianos. So as we have seen, prayer brings us joy and it brings us grace. It is not surprising then that the Greek words for joy, chara, and grace, chari, are etymologically connected. When I first visited the Holy Mountain as a layman, I was impressed by the joy and happiness of the monks. I thought that there must be something special about this place, since I had never seen so many smiley people in one place at the same time. Once I stated this to a brother of our monastery, he answered me, "But do you realize how many tears we have had to shed in the silence of our personal cells in order to reach this smile?" And now, after years, I have begun to understand it, and I hope this is the example of contemplative prayer that will shine to the rest of the world in this age of mental distractions and depression, because contemplative prayer brings joy. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Our next speaker this afternoon is Father Chrysostomos Koutloumousianos, who is the abbot of Holy Monastery of Phaneromene in Naxos, Koukliadis. He has lived on Mount Athos for 35 years. Having read English literature at the University of Athens, he pursued a BA, an MA, and PhD studies in theology at the Aristotle University of Thessalonica. He conducted postdoctoral research at the Royal Holloway and Heythrop College, London, and he's currently a research fellow at the Cambridge Institute for Orthodox Christian Studies. He has published on monasticism, patristics, and literature, and his forthcoming book is a dialogue between St. Romanos the Melodist and John Donne. He lives permanently in his monastery while visiting other places for lectures or for pastoral activities. Please welcome.
I stay here and I guard the place, says the monk, and with unveiled face, beholding as through a glass the glory of the Lord, he hopes that he shall be transformed into the same image. His life focuses around the presence of Christ and is oriented towards Christ's full revelation and his union with creation. He belongs to the part of the church which is dedicated to contemplation and remains till the Lord comes, according to the Lord's saying about John, the beloved disciple. Like an artist in paradise, he learns the art of stillness, which overflows with life. The monk does not seize the day, nor does he imagine tomorrow. Rather, he seizes the last and everlasting day in every single moment. I have known such persons. In the monastic environment, you communicate with people just like you or in even worse condition, And when you are desperate, a future being appears to remind you of the presence of the other world and of your own vows. These are thin persons, effortlessly living in that other world and perfectly fraternized with all creatures of the present world. One of them taught me how to pray. I was supposed to stand upright, preferably before an icon, quieting external and internal noise, holding the prayer rope as a reminding rhythmical instrument, and reciting the Jesus prayer, constantly invoking the name of Jesus with either my lips or inwardly. Definitely, the mind would not take my leave to live and wander away from the trail. No worries. I was told just to calmly call it back to conscious prayer. Also, it would be better to avoid forming pious images, for there's a danger of receiving shapes that counterfeit the divine reality and easily beguile the beginner. The body should participate with small prostrations, a bowing accompanied with the sign of the cross. Each prostration corresponded to a recitation of the prayer and a knot of the prayer rope. Be there, my spiritual guide would tell me, and we will certainly meet. I was proven to be a lazy student. You stand at the same place, on the same spot, and after a while, you feel your feet as heavy as lead, giving you pain instead of concentration. An elder told me, be patient, and the time will come when you will feel like a tree with roots delving deep into the earth's waters, and with boughs touching the sky, and you will see fruits in the interior planes of your mind. Alas, I realized how difficult it is to fix your mind in prayer, even though you are capable of fixing it in whatever else. Why is it so? The mind or intellect is the eye of the soul, the deep heart, the center of personality. Associated with conscience, the mind is capable of ruling the irrational part of the soul, the irascible element, the desiring element, and all. The image of a chariot. The reins, horses, and the whole apparatus are under one driver. Likewise, the heart has many natural faculties, but the mind admonishes and directs the heart. At a higher level than reason, the mind is the principle of consciousness, the intuitive intelligence, and also the faculty of contemplation. Because of the mind, we have the possibility to situate, master, and control our soul's changes, and even transcend ourselves. It has a mysterious link with the transcendental reality. It is the first to receive grace and be transformed by grace, communicating it to the rest of the human composite. This is why the mind is the ultimate target of the devil, the major prey of the trickster. Experienced in archery, This spirit shoots with thoughts destined to harm and disorient us. You can hardly understand their origin, for they often come from the right. As soon as the mind is affected by the evil spirit, it falls into an irrational fragmentation. It is dispersed, diverged, and led astray, and our whole being is darkened. This is made easier as far as the mind follows after the carnal senses, which have become conduits of the evil spirit. This is why St. Macarius says that there is a serpent deep down in our thoughts. It kills by digging us deeply into the secret chambers of the soul. So, what is required is putting to death the serpent that lies inside. How? And how can we direct our mind, compelling our thoughts towards God? First of all, there is no contemplation if it is not propelled by the natural love of our soul, the will to seek Christ. And the evidence of this love is to be seriously engaged in the ascetic effort to purify our hearts and transform our passions. Our effort begins with the liberation of the eye of the soul, the mind, from its attachment to material things. If the mind has dissipated abroad, it needs to be led back into its natural home, the heart. Far from representing feeling or emotion, the heart is the place of the rational faculty. What are the signs that the mind has entered the heart? A great warmth arises in your chest, refreshing like dew, and instilling sweetness and much compaction within you. Then your heart, including the rational part of you, begins to recite the prayer internally and remembers Jesus permanently. This is what the Mother of God did when she kept all those things and pondered them, drawing together all she had seen and heard in her heart. Thus, Nous, as the center of the heart, is the first to be illuminated and unified in God's grace. And the mind communicates to the whole body the divine energies. Some techniques, under certain conditions, might be of some help in the concentration of the mind. But these practices cannot but be a part of a comprehensive way of life and within the context of spiritual guidance. Prayer is more like the movement of an infant who looks to his mother. Neither techniques, nor posture, nor the external environment, nor silence or a loud voice, nor any other bodily habit warrants true prayer, but only the humble and sincere mind which waits expectantly on God. Everything must be done simply, humbly, and gently, St. Porphyrios used to say. If your intention is to induce a peak experience, which is a sign of egotism and pride, you will have nothing except the angel of darkness in his own alluring light. The single focus must be on Christ. Therefore, wait expectantly for him from within, seeking him in your thoughts. Only he can give you true prayer. In fact, he makes himself all things in you: paradise, tree of life, man, God, wine, lamb, bridegroom, Christ, all in all. This is what we call vision of God, a unique form of perception, a direct contact in which the object of contemplation has become the subject. But as we said earlier, the monk does not seize the day, nor does he imagine tomorrow. Rather, he seizes the last and everlasting day. He finds it in the presence of the Holy Spirit, which is an eschatological presence, for the Spirit sheds light on this future reality. Contemplative life is the continuous recollection and contemplation of the last things. To stand before the last things means, first, to remember death, to remember that we are mortal, along with everything else, and that death is our play's last scene. Secular life sooner or later leaves you with a taste of vanity. Before that, you are dispersed and consumed in the quest of pleasure and power, which function as a kind of placebo, filling up the existential vacuum. But if the hour of death overtakes everything, if it makes us strangers to our own possessions, then why invest on and struggle for what we shall be perished? That said, you must not put everything in the perspective of death, for in that case, you may fall either into a psychotic accumulation of possessions or to what patristic tradition calls acedia. The only remedy is the study of your journey to your true and permanent motherland. Such expectation preserves you awakened, with the edge of your mind sharpened and your feelings nerved. Secondly, to stand before the last things means to recall the everlasting kingdom, the revelation of Christ in his ineffable glory, which will radically change everything. Through our inner eyes, we may catch a glimpse of the infinitely perfect world while in the womb of this material world. Because remembering the everlasting kingdom is not imagining an infinite land of pleasure, but communicating with the crucified and resurrected Christ. The same real presence is to be found in the liturgical context, where types, images, and symbols initiates us into the contemplation of the divine truth and goodness. While the kingdom awaits us at the end of history, it is also within. It is the imparting through of those blessings which pertain naturally to God. It exists in substantial form as the Holy Spirit. The last things are above and beyond time, but they are made participable in time. St. Porphyrius describes a heavenly encounter and his entrance into a spiritual state using the colors of the sinner and the scenery of the revelation. He even experienced the event of the divine revelation. Grace united the past, the present, and the future, bringing the light of the eschatological kingdom to the present moment. Time and nature operates in another mode. Thirdly, to stand before the last things means to remember the day of judgment, that you are going to stand before Christ and mirror yourself on him. This is to recognize that your true identity is kept in the mystery of the last things. You take your identity from what you shall be, from what you were created and intended to be from the beginning. This means that your nature is open to repentance, to an ongoing progress. In this way, you can deal with your egocentric perspective, realizing that you are not necessarily the righteous protagonist or the innocent victim in a morality play. Likewise, the frequently applied argument, "this is I," which keeps us entrapped in our egotistic horizons, becomes meaningless. Our true identity is the likeness of the image according to which we are created, the fulfillment of our potential to mirror our archetype. This is not just a vision. It is a creative process of painting. St. Macarius says in his spiritual homilies, it is necessary that we gaze on him, Christ, casting aside all else and attending to him, so that he may paint his own heavenly image and send it into our souls. Let us hold this, that contemplation means participation in the archetype. It is neither sight nor a metaphor of reflective thinking. It is participation in the fire of God, who purifies and heals the triad of thoughts, words, and deeds. Contemplation leads you to action. The whole life becomes a liturgy, a spiritual banquet. You acquire an understanding heart, which is not primarily a matter of mental activity, but the possession and procession of rightly ordered intentions and desires. Obviously, in order to find your true self in Christ, you need to deconstruct all false selves and feigned identities. In other words, the ascetic struggle involves a kind of denudation. After all, when you take your identity from a not yet otherworldly state, or from an archetype that is uncreated, how far can you rely on a self that is constructed by possessions, job title, socioeconomic status, achievements and accomplishments, abilities, public relations, and other forms of self-identification? You need to put aside all perceptions about yourself, including all bad and good thoughts which consume the mind, for they are mostly ego-driven and self-oriented. As the Lord said to Abram, "Get out of your country to a land that I will show you." If we do not throw away the fantasies of narcissism, the den of perpetual immaturity, it is most likely that we will get netted into a new fantasy of grace and glory, a fantasy which will be added to the wardrobe of feigned selves. A new role, that of an accomplished Christian and holy man, added to the illusory repertoire of ever-changing personas. It is important to preserve your reason free from fantasy, which fosters and is fostered by vainglory. If there is no humility, if you do not even know your own poverty, there is no prayer, but rather self-glorification, mental confusion, agitation of the brain, anger and impatience, and the fiery light of delusion. But if you avoid pride and vainglory through the ardent recollection of God and stand like the publican of the parable, then you may become present in your concentration. What are the tangible cognitive and behavioral results of living constantly in the perspective of the kingdom? St. John Chrysostom says, anticipating modern cognitive psychology, joys and sadness come not so much from the nature of things as from our dispositions. The root and cause of our offenses lie not in others, but in ourselves. Anger and rancor and the sadness that follows them often come up with the deprivation of our desires or disappointment in the search of honor and power. They cloud the mind with darkness. They impair our relationships. Yet, our mind is by nature superior to both blame and praise, the more so when it has put away sensual desire. For there is a desire that swallows all other desires, even that of self-affirmation. The coming kingdom is not found in fleeting treasures, nor in secular wisdom, nor in earthly glory. Neither lust nor hidden envy can motivate you to success. Your life is kept in the coming kingdom, namely Christ. As soon as you understand life as more than your immediate troubles or joys, and more than your achievements and failures, the healing light is at work. Consequently, if anyone wishes to accuse, let him accuse, says Basil the Great. Let the persecutor persecute. Let him who believes in slanders against you be ready for the judgment. The Lord is at hand. Let us be wary of nothing. But let me not condemn him to the eternal fire. First, because I am not entitled to do so. Secondly, because I more than often misread other people's behavior. And in any case, nothing really matters before the vision of the kingdom. Indeed, what kind of fear, either of loss or death, can overwhelm you while standing in the power of intimacy with the resurrected Christ, who, having trampled death, is expected with all his divine glory? How far anxiety or rejection can frustrate your minds when you sense that you are indissolubly connected with a world that is the corrected and perfected version of our world, and that perfected world is your inheritance. No failure can reduce your self-esteem, which is hidden in Christ. No past can cast its spell, creating self-defeating assumptions. So far as you know that every single moment is a gift invested proactively in the eternity. The perspective has changed. It is the presence of eternity that determines how you feel and think and act today. For you, any loss is nothing more than a temporal loss. Even if nothing seems to be right, all shall be well, Julian of Norwich. All manner of things shall be well in the light of God's judgment. As an Athonite elder used to say, things go from bad to worse, therefore all is perfect. The assurance that all shall be well is not the naive sticking of head in the sand. You live your open-ended story in time, filled in risk and uncertainty, but you don't want to escape from it, for salvation is given every moment. As a poet, you set in motion all creative possibilities, perceiving what is not seen and what is not yet, knowing that there is abundant light in the darkest night. The Spirit makes the kingdom present and sensible, according to St. Gregory of Nyssa, giving you inner stability, immovably rooted in gentleness and humility. Moreover, as we have already said, when our mind is illuminated by the Spirit, it communicates to the whole body the divine energies. The very physical senses undergo transformation in developing intimacy with God. You hear, you touch, you see in a different, much more subtle way, which corresponds to the dilation of the heart. Your mind, reason, and sense converge into one. And when illumined one morning, you suddenly see the work of the swindler in your heart, and from then on, it is easier to distinguish the spirits that approach you at any time. Having purged the self of its divisive and destructive tendencies, you receive the mind of Christ, which illuminates the power of your mind and brings the same energy to it. This is the eschatological life, not just about the end of things, but it is about the essence, the meaning, and the destiny of things. The natural love of our soul gives way to that which comes from the Holy Spirit, when the intellect, becoming, as it were, pregnant by spiritual activity, sends forth a fountain of love and joy. It is not just the domination of the mind over the passive part of the soul. It is rather the purification of the whole being in the divine fire. It confers you other ears and eyes, other tears, other senses, which are the Spirit itself that hears and tears and prays and knows. You become more and more receptive, sensitive, and empathic. You become a poet, as sensitive as a poet. Eternity's hope is sensed as a gentle breeze, like a whisper in your innermost being, only all too easy to ignore. Of course, you never lose sight of the fact that the kingdom has not yet come. It is expected. Therefore, in this world, you do not expect to be always loved, nor be competent in all situations, nor be free of inner temptations or outward dangers. On the other hand, the anticipatory presence of the kingdom continuously reassures you that nothing bad or painful in life is the end of the world. It challenges all our fallacies, unrealistic thoughts, and dysfunctional beliefs. More than that, you can experience in the presence a radical new life. There is only one anxiety: to become the kin of God in the imitation of his ecstatic love, which feeds the hungry and forgives the wrongdoer. If you have been given the gift to sense divine love with a complete sense and assurance, you are not angry at anyone, even if you are insulted or cheated by him or her. And not only do you not flare up at the offender, as for example a perfect Buddhist would do, but you rather remain clinging to the soul of the one who insulted or cheated you. The more you are transformed towards the image of Christ, the more you see the last things, the more you live a Trinitarian paradox. You embrace a mode of being that is Trinitarian and single. Your mind starts operating in a perichoretic fashion, which indicates the mutual indwelling. You share in the same human nature, which has become the one and deified body of Christ, a reality that outshines all human identities. This is an experience that anticipates the eschatological reality as expressed in the visionary words of St. Macarius. Quote, "They are clothed with a habitation from heaven, not made with hands. The glory of the divine light has been made children of light. For all alike are changed into a divine nature, being Christ's and God's and children of God. At rest in one light, one will gaze upon another, and in the gazing will forthwith shine back in truth at the true contemplation of light inexpressible," end quote. It is not clear whether this image refers to an existing state or a future state that the holy man envisions. The whole of fragmented creation is led back to the truth of Christ, and all of us participate in the theophanic mystery of divine embodiment, the Logos who operates in the very fabric of nature and becomes all things to all men. In this way, the eschaton, the last things, challenges and restructures internal and external behavior. Thoughts, feelings, and desires begin to unfold and change into a higher state. You will be transformed by a change of hearts, transformed from bitterness into sweetness, as Christ transforms the thoughts of the soul, making them good and divine. Self-transcendence is indeed a part of our cognitive endowment. The mind has a cognitive capacity through which it is joined to things beyond itself. As the self becomes increasingly transparent to the transcendent, all cognitive powers, including spiritual perception, are simplified, unified, and ultimately transcended. Even before that, thoughts cease to operate automatically and insidiously. They are revealed in the open air. At the threshold of the last things, the mind reaches a state of peace, leading to the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding and guards our hearts and minds. Such peace reigns and renews our minds in the love of God and of all the brotherhood. St. Macarius, long before the age of psychology, wrote that humanity suffers from a deep trauma without knowing it. Spiritually, there is one and only one very simple remedy: divine eternity. The challenge is only to see that it is very close. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. If I would invite both of our speakers back, we're going to have a brief time for conversation and some questions and comments. So we'll bring 2 chairs up.
Thank you so much for your comments. I mean, just the light that radiates from your tradition is so beautiful. So thank you for sharing that with us. The context for my question is that we're about to launch a large randomized controlled trial of the Jesus prayer that's comparable to what's been done with mindfulness. And I want to make sure we're not doing it wrong. I noticed that you used a very truncated version of the prayer, Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. So I'm wondering if you could talk about historical, spiritual, theological distinctions between Lord Jesus, Son of God, have mercy on me, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner versus, the truncated ones. Why did you choose that one? And is there one that's more preferable in the larger context of the Hesychastic tradition?
Historically, apparently the oldest form of the prayer is Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. I can't remember from the top of my head which one is the first source, but I remember writing a paper about this, so I have it somewhere written down. Later on, it was found in several different forms. Also in the collection that I mentioned in Philokalia, it's found in several different forms. But since it's not a mantra, the wording itself is not that important. And of course, we have also other prayers that we use in prayer rules, such as Most Holy Theotokos Save Us, or prayers to saints. Also, the Jesus prayer is, we modify it, Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on us, if we pray for other people. Or Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on your world, if we pray for the whole world. So there's a lot of variants of that, and I think that from a spiritual point of view, the essential thing is the name of Jesus, that we stay close to it. And as Father Chrysostomos pointed out in his sermon, this humble mindset. It's not the exact wording, it's not the technique of the prayer, even though in the Philokalia there's a lot of instructions also for combining it with breath. But we have to understand that actually that in Philokalia, or in the thoughts of the fathers that were collected to the Philokalia, breath was not only, it was not perceived exactly in the same way that we do nowadays. For example, they had this idea that breath goes into your heart, which of course biologically we don't think nowadays that breath goes into your heart. But in that time they had this idea, and of course the heart is the seat of the mind. So combining the name of Jesus with your breath has a much deeper deeper meaning in the philocalic sense of the word that we nowadays think about breathing, and therefore it's not as technical for them perhaps as we might perceive it, even though it was of course combined with the natural breathing exercise. But the most important thing, just to summarize, is not the wording, but your mindset and the name of Jesus in whichever form you want to cry out to him.
So to make the long story short, try everything. So anything goes here. Check what gives you rest, spiritual rest.
Hi, Fathers. Thank you for your talk. Oh, sorry, someone else? Okay.
Please go ahead.
Sometimes you find in the literature there's a talk about the maturation of the prayer, that in the beginning stages it is mostly oral and mechanical, sort of a recitation, very verbal. And over time it becomes increasingly more embodied and internalized. And then it's not so important to have a mechanical recitation. There could be a kind of a sensation of prayer happening without actually producing the words, using the mouth. And I just wonder if you could speak about that, whether that is is that sort of a maturational sort of thing, or even for a seasoned person, are there certain times where the mechanical recitation actually is important for anchoring attention?
I would, of course, in many ascetical texts and also in the Philokalia, there's often a threefold process that is described, generally in prayer and in spiritual life. And I think that there's sometimes a little bit of a danger of seeing these three phases as clear, like chronological points in your life. Whereas I tend to believe St. Maximus the Confessor a little bit more, where he says that when you progress in spiritual life from the practical life to the contemplation of nature and finally to the contemplation of God, it's not something that seizes the previous phases in your life, but they actually like complement on each other. And as far as when we look at the lives of saints, also like Saint Silouan, who was a great saint of the 20th century in the Holy Mountain and the practice of Jesus prayer, he had the grace of prayer, but then he lost it for years. And he had to fight to get God's grace back into his prayer and to actually feel prayer. So it's something that goes back and forth. It depends on your spiritual state, but not only, it's also in the providence of God, sometimes for him to pull away his grace from us and see how we're doing after that.
Thank you, Fathers, for amazing presentation, and thank you for sharing with us all your experience. I have a quick technical question. Some contemplative talk about entering into a breathless state, and that is prolonged breathless state, and not forced, but really a stillness that you're out of breath, but you're there. Is this something common in your tradition, or is it something even achievable?
Breathless? Literally breathless? For how much?
Like the idea is that the breath becomes very slow, so
okay.
The in and outs are very, very prolonged to a point where you are not breathing for a while.
Yeah. Might be. Anyway, we are utterly discouraged to study such things, the more so trying to pursue such details, techniques, because they're very dangerous. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you, we live today, we don't know if we're a boy or a girl. We don't know if we're a pronoun now. This massive confusion. And we are of the world. And we live every day. I got to pay insurance, I got to pay my taxes, I got to do X, Y, Z, I got to pay for my daughter's school still. But I'm just saying is, how do we reach the common layman? What are the steps towards the understanding and level that you're talking about in this day and age of confusion? What advice do you have?
I'm not sure whether I understood the question. I will connect it with what I already referred to in my paper. I spoke about the identity, and that we receive the identity from the last thing. Some even theologians say that since we receive our identity from the last thing, we have no biological identities here now. Yeah, and I want to point out that God does not change nature, does not mutilate or mutate nature. He preserved nature, which is created in God's love and providence. So nature is always enriched. It is enhanced in God's grace, in God's light. The fact that we now we say that we lost all kind of identities today is from the point of view of the fathers a demonic state when you lose nature, when you destroy God's nature, when you actually does not allow nature to be in progress and reach a higher state. So we live in, I think we live in a dark age now, and for all that, there is much light in the darkness, because God is living, God is amongst us, and Christ is painting his own image within us. So there's nothing to be afraid of or wary of anything, provided that we seriously and sincerely look towards Christ and the kingdom.
If I may add something on that, I think it's also very much related to our relationship with our bodies, which is, of course, if you trace it philosophically in the Western thought, this kind of disintegration between soul and body in the secular thinking, and has its roots maybe in Descartes, who says that I think, therefore I am, which means that being is identified with thinking rather than being in our bodies. But the ascetical tradition is very different because it's very bodily. Like St. John of the Ladder says that being a monk means angelic lifestyle in a corruptible body. And that's what the spiritual life is. And as Robin also said, the body is fundamental for the Desert Fathers in achieving salvation. And the body cannot be separate from the soul. It cannot be separate from our identity in a way. It's always very closely connected to our spiritual life and our rational processes and everything. And of course, this state of confusion that we see in the society nowadays is very much relates to this separation of our rationality from our bodies. So we should bring the body back into spirituality.
Fathers, I'm sorry. The Bible and even like some of our fathers, like St. Gregory Palamas, they talk about praying all the time, unceaseless praying. So I guess practically, and they say it's not just for monks, but it's for all of us. So practically, for those of us that aren't monks, what does that mean? I mean, obviously, does it mean praying silently praying all the time, or does it also include just doing everything for the glory of God, or just keeping God in our mind with everything we do all day? Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes, okay. Though it's very strange for an Orthodox monk, I will say that Thomas Aquinas has answered this question, saying that is it possible to pray ceaselessly? No, it's not possible, especially for a man or woman who lives in the world. But whatever we do, wherever we are, we can be in front of God. And this is a kind of prayer. And I think the Greek fathers, more or less, say the same things. That does not mean that we put aside the prayer itself. I mean, the referring to God, worshiping God in concentration, in stillness, in our own place of prayer. But what we really need is our whole life to become prayer. Our whole life to become a liturgy. Yeah.
And there's also in the morning we heard about this Evagrian cyclical thing between psalmody and prayer, but there's also a third dimension to it, which is handicraft. So the Desert Fathers always say that when you get bored with psalmody, try prayer. If you get tired with prayer, try to do something with your hands, weave baskets. So it's kind of the same thing in the worldly life. I think they're fundamental. Sometimes people maybe who live outside of monasteries don't realize that in monasteries we also have a lot of practical work. So we have very long days, at least in certain monasteries. And sometimes we also have very rational work, like me as a librarian of the monastery, we have to take care of manuscript catalogs and stuff like that. So it's quite difficult to rationally pray at the same time when you're doing a manuscript catalog. But it's the whole idea of being, and whatever you do, you kind of dedicate it to God, whatever you do. So it's fundamentally, I think, the same in a monastery rather and in worldly life.
My question's very similar. For those of us in the world where it seems that everything conspires against the spiritual life, whereas many things in the monastery are set up to encourage that, what would you say are the sort of baby steps that someone for whom all of this sounds distant and unattainable, what are the very baby steps that one can take to try and open up a crack in a secular routine mindset when it seems that it's hard to make any changes?
A very, very easy baby step that our abbot told me when I was a layman was that every morning when you wake up, make the sign of the cross and thank God for being Christian. That's the first baby step.
I think there's a step even before that. Be true to yourself. Stand naked before God.
In the West and the East, there's been a relaxation, I guess, on the practices of fasting. And I wanted to know if you could tell us a little bit how you individually or as a community practice that. on what levels and to what extremes, and what fruits or benefits do you see, as Jesus tells us, you know, some things only happen through prayer and fasting? Because I feel like we're always trying to make it easier on people, and we might be depriving them of something. And so, if you could speak on that.
What I would say, well, in the Eastern churches, fasting practices have maybe been preserved a bit better than in Western churches, like in terms of fasting rules. But of course, I think the general development that we have in the world, that we eat too much and we have too much food and too luxurious food, of course it affects monasticism in a way as well, because we come from a world where we're used to having a full stomach the whole time, when we're used to eating meat several times a week, rather than maybe once a week, or even more rarely, as it was in the old times, or having dairy products on a daily basis, which in the old times was not very common. So of course that has influenced a little bit also monastic diets, in the sense that we perhaps eat a little bit more. We have more money also to buy food than, for example, in the Holy Mountain in 1970s, when a lot of these reformers came, there was no money. So they used all the money to renovate the buildings. They didn't have enough food. There was no easy way of transporting pastries to the Holy Mountain to eat sweets, but nowadays it's very much easier. So we also eat maybe a little bit more than the monks before our times. And of course, fasting is a practice, but this reminds me, it's an important part of monastic life, but again, it's a tool, and it's not the only tool towards sanctification. It's a very fundamental one. But our abbot was very worried about the present state of Athonite monks. And while Saint Ephraim of Katonakia was still alive, and the saint once came to a monastery, and our abbot asked him that, what will we young monks do because we're eating so much? And he said that the spiritual ascetical practice of your generation is not the fasting that we did, but it's hospitality. And now, in the 21st century, when the number of visitors is huge in the Holy Mountain compared to what it was 40 years ago, I'm sure Father Chrysostomos remembers from his first years at the monastery how much fewer the pilgrims were. It has really become, in a worldly sense, a burden to us to host so many pilgrims, but it's a spiritual exercise also for us to host them, and it's our honor to host all these pilgrims. But it takes a lot of effort, both bodily and mental effort, and therefore we need also a little bit more energy, perhaps, to do this.
I think we have time for one more question, if there's any more.
Is it possible to bring the liturgical and the personal prayer rule together? And by that I mean, is it permissible to pray the Jesus prayer during the liturgy?
Short answer, yes.
Why not? Yeah. Perhaps there are some priests or theologians that are square-minded, so they have compartments in their mind. So they say, oh, now we are in the liturgy now, so no other kind of prayer is permitted. Or some others says that, okay, they think that the liturgy is something secondary, and so we need the personal prayer, the contemplative prayer to make ourselves closer to God. But I think this is not the holistic state of mind that the fathers have and describe in their works. Yeah, wherever we are, we live the liturgy, we live prayer, we can pray, we can invoke the name of Jesus within the liturgical context.
I ask the question because when I've asked the question of Bishop Kallistos where in the past, his answer was always ambiguous. Thank you.
All right, with that, then let us thank our speakers one more time.
So we have a 25-minute coffee break so we can get up, relax, enjoy our refreshments. And just a note, we have a total of, at this point, 300 participants. It's us, plus about 220 participants online. So thank you to our speakers and thank you to everyone.
And make sure
if I may ask that we please come back to our seats. We are ready to go on to our next session.
My name is Father Andrew Hofer. I teach at the Dominican House of Studies across Michigan Avenue from the Catholic University of America. And it's my honor to introduce to you the three speakers of our late afternoon panel. We will talk on the Western and Eastern sources of Aquinas' asceticism. David Elliott is Associate Professor of Moral Theology at the Catholic University of America and was Research Associate on Hugel Institute, St. Edmund's College, University of Cambridge, 2015 to 2022. He received his PhD in Moral Theology at the University of Notre Dame in 2014 and was awarded a 3-year postdoctoral fellowship as Research Associate in Theological Ethics at Cambridge University, coming to CUA in 2017. Elliott's research focuses on fundamental Catholic moral theology, virtue ethics, and the moral thought of St. Thomas Aquinas. He is the author of 18 journal articles and book chapters, invited or already in print, as well as of Pope and Christian Ethics, Cambridge University Press, 2017. Please join me in welcoming David Elliott.
Thank you so much, Father Hofer, and thank you to Father Stephanos and Dr. Robin Darling-Young for bringing me in to be involved with the conference. I'm very grateful to be here. Now, St. Thomas Aquinas may not at first seem like an obvious conversation partner when discussing ascetic practices and Eastern Christianity. After all, he was a medieval Roman Catholic who stressed the jurisdiction of the Roman Pope, taught Latin scholastic theology at a French university, and he isn't even famous as an ascetic. But I'll suggest that an East-West confluence here is real and quite noteworthy, especially given his enormous influence in the Western and especially Catholic theology, where he's known by the formal title of Common and Universal Doctor of the Church. Why make this connection? First, while Thomas was a devoted student of St. Augustine in the Western tradition, he also had a remarkably keen interest and receptivity toward the Greek fathers that was innovative in his time. For example, he was so keen on St. John Chrysostom that he's reported as saying that he would trade the whole city of Paris for a complete copy of Chrysostom's Matthew commentary. Thomas also knew Origen better than any other 13th century scholastic, as Father Hofer has documented, and the list goes on. In fact, there's a book on this called Thomas Aquinas and the Greek Fathers, with CUA Sapientia Press, edited by Father Hofer, that has many rich essays on the subject. Quoting Father Brian Dunkel, Thomas also commissioned Latin translations of the Greek Fathers for his gloss on the Gospels. This is a remarkable step to take. His use of Greek sources there is widely noted, and it had an enduring effect on his later writings. Contrary to another stereotype, Thomas was also deeply invested in the role of asceticism. If anything, he was more adamant about it than most contemporaries. Thus we read in his great Summa Theologiae, quote, "We must recognize that we have to undertake the hunger of fasting, vigils, bodily toil, privation, reading, and other acts of virtue, in order by these degrees to mount to the perfection of charity. Perfection does not consist in them, but they are, so to speak, instruments by which perfection is acquired," unquote. Moreover, the Eastern influence on his asceticism in particular is vast, again in ways that stood out in his time. my paper will address this. In particular, I'll trace the impact on Thomas of St. John Cassian, a crucial bridge figure who sought to transplant the Eastern monastic tradition into the West. Cassian is by no means the only Eastern influence, but his shadow looms over Thomas's account like a dominating mountain. In the first half of my talk, I'll give a sketch of Thomas's asceticism, and in the second and most involved, I'll outline the great contribution of Cassian to it, and then offer some conclusions. So to begin with St. Thomas, he acknowledges that Christians will have to struggle considerably in Christian virtue. Although we've been baptized in Christ and received what he calls the infused or supernatural Christian virtues, the effort to discipline our refractory powers and appetites so as to be fully transformed by grace must involve a certain death to self. This is the precise niche of asceticism, or what Thomas calls spiritual training, exercitium, or disciplina. So the first point is terminological. Where a Greek author would use the word ascesis, Thomas and Western authors will use Latin words such as disciplina and exercitium. Like St. John Cassian, Thomas uses both, especially exercitium, a word which literally means exercise, practice, training, or discipline. But what needs emphasis is the word's iterative aspect. So while authors will refer to spiritual exercises, exercitia in the plural, these are always framed by the overall process of exercitium in the singular. The way someone who regularly works out, say, twice a week will refer to an exercise regimen. Like disciplina, another word covering asceticism, exercitium is thus best thought of as an ongoing process, not just as exercises, but as training, spiritual training. Like its Greek equivalent, the Latins at time described this process in athletic terms, reflecting scriptural uses such as to run the race in 2 Timothy. But in Latin works, the military associations tend to predominate. As Kathleen Breen writes, quote, "The general meaning of exercitium is exercise or practice, in the sense of a concerted attempt at self-improvement. Etymologically, though, exercitium is closely related to exercitus, army, and frequently signifies military training either directly or in a transferred sense. Thus, the formal devotional exercises of monks and other religious were called exercitia, specifically to emphasize their practitioner status as soldiers of Christ. It's a theme you see from John Cassian to the Rule of Benedict to St. Ignatius of Loyola. From Tertullian and St. Cyprian to St. Benedict and Bernard of Clairvaux, patristic and medieval Latin literature long overflowed with these themes. In Thomas's milieu, it was a widely invoked one with venerable associations and centuries of usage behind it. Thus, for example, the monk's cell was described as a workshop or factory, an officina of spiritual training, with its exercises being like, quote, 1,000 shields hanging from the wall of the Castor Dei, the camps of God. Cassian says the monk should be like a watermill, which never ceases turning, but day and night grinds the wheat of prayer, psalmody, meditation, fasting, and so forth. St. Bernard, in an Alpine image, calls such practices the semite, the narrow paths the soul must travel to love God perfectly, as though by this footpath one ascended a spiritual Mount Blanc. Such remarks are everywhere to be found in Latin patristic and medieval collections. The concept of spiritual training or asceticism had an almost talismanic quality, and the Dominicans in Thomas's time were seen as dedicated practitioners or even experts in it. Yet it was not viewed as a mere technique or technology of the self in postmodern terms. Thomas insists that this can only bear fruit through a process of cooperative grace in which God is the principal agent, so that spiritual training doesn't decenter God's grace, but relies fully upon it. Thomas himself was deeply invested in these ideas. and insists upon them for growth in charity and perfection. Common examples he gives include fasting, vigils, reading scripture, meditation, poverty, and so forth. None of these, he makes clear, are valued for their own sake, but only insofar as informed by charity. But this raises the question of what makes something an instance of spiritual exercise and why. How does Thomas answer this? Close examination shows he regards something as part of exercitium or disciplina insofar as it undertakes to do one of two things. The first we might loosely call the remedial task of conducing to fuller and freer exercise of virtue precisely by removing impediments to it, from evil thoughts and passions to the vicious tendencies left over from past sin, as well as attachments which fall short of sin, but nevertheless impede more perfect adhesion to God. The second task we might loosely call the constructive one, of stimulating greater fervor in the exercise of charity in particular. For today, I'll just stick to the first. There, Thomas identifies certain remnants of sin, as he calls them, reliquiae peccati, that are entrenched in our moral agency as contrary dispositions, affecting the memory, passions, and other powers. These are the detritus of past sins which virtue has yet to eliminate, as with a recovering alcoholic. Thomas thinks they especially afflict beginners, by which he seems to mean just about everybody. These remnants are not vices, but they make it very hard to perform good works, the way a powerful undertow pulls back a swimmer. It's here that the sheer practicality of Thomas's account stands out. He doesn't just tell people who are morally struggling to, in effect, try harder, since these tendencies hinder their very trying. Instead, the sinful tendencies themselves should be targeted for destruction proactively, through opposed virtuous practices on what he describes as a contraries heal contraries basis, like applying a cold compress to a fevered brow. So instead of just countering individual temptations, we should target the underlying tendencies which give rise to them. Instead of being like somebody who just swats mosquitoes, we should try to drain the swamp that breeds them. Thus, pride is opposed by practices of humility. Lust and gluttony are opposed by the practice of fasting. Avarice or cupidity by poverty and detachment. Sloth by meditation, and so forth. The same basic approach is commended in the immensely influential Summa Dei Penitentia of the 13th century Dominican Master General, Saint Raymond of Penafort. Of course, Thomas did not invent these ascetic practices. Far from a bold innovator with a new manual of techniques, he actually tends to modestly outsource his ascetic account to a few select authors, a few of whom really stand out, particularly St. John Cassian, to whom I'll now turn. By far, Thomas's favorite description of exercitium itself comes from Cassian's conferences, cited directly or indirectly across his corpus. Now, Cassian's own life is shrouded in mystery. He seems to have been a native Latin speaker born in the 360s. His birthplace is uncertain, with Gaul, or modern-day Romania, the main contenders. Around 380, he traveled to Palestine with his constant companion Germanus, and there, as Columbus Stewart says, he seems to have been formed, quote, in an entirely Greek monastic milieu, unquote. And he used Greek for at least 25 years while living in the East. Basil Cole notes that Cassian was recognized, quote, by Greek monks as somehow one of their own. Their translation of his works into Greek was a rare compliment, and he is the only Latin whose stories are included in the sayings of the desert monks, unquote. Cassian was in Egypt from about 385 to 400 as a monk in Scetis and an outpost in Nitria. Afterwards, he joined the retinue of St. John Chrysostom and helped to carry the deposed Chrysostom's appeal to Rome. He spent some years in Rome and finally settled in southern Gaul, in Marseille, founding monasteries and writing his great works, the conferences and the institutes, both in Latin. So Cassian was one of the select Western figures fully immersed in the monastic life of the East within the living memory of the first heroic generation of Desert Fathers. As Bernard McGinn says, his conferences, quote, present his recollections of what Eastern Fathers had to say about the interior life. And along with his institutes, these writings were the most important links between Eastern and Western monasticism for over a millennium, unquote. Cassian influenced the West with currents from the East, both theologically and practically. Theologically, for example, through his deep connection to Evagrius, behind whom stood Origen. As Columba Stewart says, quote, Evagrius was the single greatest inspiration for Cassian's spiritual theology. He relies heavily on Evagrius' writings and on those of their common master Origen, whom he does not credit by name, unquote, for obvious reasons. Practically, he sought to bring the Eastern monastic tradition itself to the West, where he became a great monastic leader. Cassian's impact on Western monasticism and spirituality was indeed vast. As one author puts it, the understanding of prayer and the rule of Benedict is directly traceable to Cassian, and the Benedictine influence on the West is incalculable. Thomas himself drank deeply from this source. He lived from roughly the age of 5 to 14 at the flagship Benedictine Abbey of Monte Cassino, itself within sight of Aquino, near where Aquinas was from, hence the name Aquinas. Nor was Thomas a mere ward there. He lived the lesser monastic profession of an oblate. In effect, Aquinas grew up as a Benedictine monk. During these formative years, he would have heard Cassian's conferences read aloud as a default book prescribed by St. Benedict for daily spiritual reading after supper. Joining the Dominicans would only have reinforced the encounter with Cassian. The conferences were said to be St. Dominic's own favorite book, one he is said to have carried everywhere. According to Jordan of Saxony, quote, this book refined the purity of his conscience, intensified the light of his contemplation, and raised Dominic to a high level of perfection, unquote. Even more personally, Thomas's biographer, William of Taco, evidently discussed Thomas's own devotion to Cassian with him. According to Taco, Thomas read the conferences every day and credited a great degree of his own spiritual formation and progress to it. Taco records Aquinas as saying, quote, from this reading, I gather up devotion, from which more easily I rise up into speculation, so that affection might pour itself forth into devotion, thanks to which the intellect ascends to the highest summits, unquote. It's an extraordinary role for the conferences to occupy, and Aquinas mentions no other book in this kind of capacity. Textually as well as personally, the degree of Cassian's influence is evident both by the number and location of citations and Aquinas' overall structuring. For example, when Thomas lists paradigmatic spiritual exercises, his default list is taken straight from Cassian's conferences. He has two favorite passages, both taken from Book 1, where Abbot Moses is in discussion with Germanus and the young John Cassian himself. Quote, we must recognize that we have to undertake the hunger of fasting, watchings, toil, privation, reading, in order by these degrees to mount to the perfection of charity. And a second passage is, fastings, watchings, meditation on the scriptures, poverty and loss of wealth, these are not perfection, but means to perfection, since we endeavor to ascend by these steps to the perfection of charity, unquote. Moreover, even when Thomas lists spiritual exercises without citing Cassian, his examples stick to the basic grouping. So he doesn't just consistently cite Cassian, he outsources much of his ascetical description to him. Nor can we assume that this was just standard in his time, as I'll discuss a little further. But perhaps the greatest impact of Cassian on Thomas's account is structural or architectonic. He provides Thomas with an organizing principle and rationale for spiritual training or asceticism as a whole. So you can read many Latin authors who simply will list various exercises but don't explain how they relate to each other or specify their end. But if fasting, vigils, meditations, and the rest are prized, yet questions of their interrelation, order, and end never come into view, there's a risk of incoherence. It can look unclear how one should proceed at all. Concerns about moderation will go unaddressed, and one won't know whether or to what extent these practices are valued for their own sake or as a means to some further end. Thomas used Cassian to develop an organizing principle that gets us out of these muddles. Specifically, Cassian made clear that exercitia, from fasting to meditation, are valued not for themselves but purely as instruments to charity. Thus, Book 1 of the Conferences opens with a prolegomena on the end or finis of spiritual training itself. The ultimate goal or end, it's said, is the kingdom of heaven, and the objective or target, here he uses the Greek word skopos, which we must aim at, is puritas cordis, purity of heart. Specifically, he describes it as charity. Cassian's parallel here to apatheia. The various ascetic exercises are subordinate to our main objective, purity of heart, that is to say charity. This is Cassian now, and we must never on their account disturb this principal virtue. This point both established their limits and provides them with a rationale and organizing principle, one which perfectly fitted Thomas's own claim that charity is the form of the virtues. Cassian's account thus does exactly what Thomas needed it to do, gives practical guidance to overcome sinful tendencies and lesser goods so as to purify our passions and free up our will for more perfect adhesion to God and love of neighbor. In that respect, asceticism is in crucial service to the commandment, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Of course, there was nothing at all unusual in Thomas's use of Cassian. He was a great classic after all. But the sheer extent to which Thomas puts him to work was well beyond the mainstream in his milieu. To give just one example, Thomas's great contemporary, Saint Bonaventure, was deeply devoted to asceticism. But Cassian plays no role at all in Bonaventure's account of it. Where Thomas might cite Cassian, Jerome, or Gregory when describing spiritual practice, Bonaventure is far more likely to cite St. Anselm, St. Bernard of Clairvaux, the Victorines, or Thomas Gallus. Indeed, there are only 6 total references, according to the Guatry editors, to Cassian's entire conferences across all of Bonaventure's Opera Omnia. Aquinas exceeds this in just a few questions of the Summa. Counting for such points helps us to see that Thomas's devotion and use of Cassian was indeed quite pronounced. Cassian isn't the only influence on Thomas, of course. Besides other authors like St. Jerome, Pope Gregory the Great, and so forth, his thought is deeply formed by the Dominican praxis of Thomas's as communally taught and practiced, and it's a rich subject all to itself. Thomas also adapts Cassian, just as Cassian himself reworked his sources. In that sense, I would speak of this rather as a matter of reception than merely of influence. Moreover, Thomas is deeply devoted to the great figure of St. Augustine, increasingly so in his later work, and Augustine exerts a cautionary or chastening effect, signaling that asceticism is profitless unless we consistently rely on grace for God to do the heavy moral lifting. But we cannot command this grace, we can only pray for it. This means we're not in control of the conditions that make for good moral performance in asceticism or anything else. So that we're most powerless precisely where we have the greatest need to be good. And our only response to this can be prayerful dependency. Thus, whereas from an outside, purely external, neutral Even a secular perspective, spiritual training might sound very technique-oriented. Thomas himself establishes it fully in grace. Moreover, even as enabled by grace, asceticism can only achieve so much due to the wounds of concupiscence and original sin, so that, and here you see the Augustinian strain, Aquinas insists that full healing is not possible in this life. Hence the repeated prayers for perseverance and so forth. Yet Thomas combines his Augustinian commitments with a Cassianic asceticism with its own many Eastern currents, to which Thomas himself throughout his career was quite receptive. To close, Thomas viewed asceticism or spiritual training as a key driver of growth in Christian virtue. It assists us with the remedial task of preservation from sin, purification from its effects, and detachment from lesser goods on the one hand, and the constructive task of kindling fervor and greater moral dedication on the other. I think this topic allows us to see a different but deeply important side to Thomas Aquinas. His thought is often assumed to be purely abstract, but in fact his account of spiritual training offers rich and detailed spiritual guidance. We of course live in an era fraught with rampant attachments, social media excess, and addictions of all kinds. Resources which can help to free us for genuine charity and virtue are an important necessity, and it would be a mistake to neglect the major contribution which Thomas and his sources like Cassian are capable of making. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elliott. Our next speaker is Father Stephen Payne, who will speak to us on contemplative prayer in the Carmelite tradition, ancient roots, and contemporary practice. Father Stephen Payne, a Discalced Carmelite priest, holds the endowed chair of Carmelite Studies in the Center for Carmelite Studies at the Catholic University of America. He has previously served as principal of Tangaza University College in Nairobi, Kenya, and director of its Institute of Spirituality and Religious Formation. He has written and taught widely on Carmelite topics. His publications include Saint Therese of Lisieux, Doctor of the Universal Church, Alba House 2002, and The Carmelite Tradition, Liturgical Press 2011. Please join me in welcoming Father Stephen Payne.
Very much. I don't have PowerPoint slides. I'm sort of old school, so I have a handout. Let me begin by expressing my deep gratitude to the organizers for including me in this program. It's a great honor to be with you, but to be honest, I'm not really sure why I was invited. Carmelite men are traditionally classified as friars rather than monks. And I'm by no means an expert on the ascetical traditions of the Eastern Church or modern neurological studies of prayer and ascetical practices. So maybe I'm here as a kind of point of comparison, because rightly or wrongly, in the Western Church, Carmelites are often identified in the popular imagination with asceticism and contemplative practices, of which, sadly, I'm not a very good example. But I don't think it would be helpful to try to summarize the entire Carmelite tradition here, especially since a number of good overviews exist. But in this presentation, I would like to touch basically on three topics. The first is some lesser known but intriguing points of contact between Carmelite and Eastern Christian monastic spirituality. Second, the question of what Carmelite asceticism and contemplative practice might actually be. And third, some of the ways in which this Carmelite heritage is related to contemporary neurological research. Well, regarding the first point, you may know that we trace our history back to Mount Carmel itself and to a group of hermits who gathered probably around the year 1200 in the Wadi Inesiyah, near what was known locally as the Spring of Elijah, to live their own particular form of a life of allegiance to Jesus Christ. So our roots are geographically in the East, but these were Latin hermits in a Crusader kingdom. And we know this because, among other things, they appealed to the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, Albert of Avogadro, for a formula of life, a formula vitae, according to their avowed purpose, propositum, which presumably they would have explained to him in some detail. And the text he provided, known as the Carmelite Rule, is one of the briefest and most open-ended of the classic rules. As you see, it fits on the back and front of one page with space to spare. But it manages to include sections not only on liturgy, governance, and community, but also on recitation of the Psalms, fasting, abstinence, spiritual combat, silence, work, and other ascetical practices traditionally associated with the monastic and eremitical life east and west. A key paragraph directs the hermits, this would be paragraph 10 in the enumeration that I put on there. A key paragraph directs the hermits to, quote, "Stay in your cell, meditating on the law of the Lord day and night, and keeping watch at prayer, unless attending to some other duty," which many later Carmelites would come to identify as the heart of their rule and the foundation of their contemplative practice. Albert's text also closes in number 24 with an insistence on discretio, discretion. In this translation, unfortunately, they rendered it as common sense, which it should better be discretion. But that is presented as the guide to the virtues, and with an echo there of Cassian and St. Anthony of Egypt. Perhaps not surprisingly, then, the debate continues about the extent to which the Carmelite rule itself and the way of life it sets forth might show traces of the influence of Eastern Christianity. There are others who have researched this in much more detail. Certainly on Mount Carmel at that time, there would have been Eastern monastic communities nearby. However, within a few decades, the deteriorating political situation in Palestine forced the Carmelites to migrate to Europe, where these newcomers from the Holy Land were initially regarded with suspicion. Yet they survived and even flourished by gradually aligning themselves with the burgeoning mendicant movement, transitioning into the ranks of the friars alongside the Franciscans, the Dominicans, and the Augustinians. Before long, they were moving into the cities, attending the universities, busily engaging in the typical mendicant ministries, eagerly pursuing all of the ecclesiastical privileges granted to other mendicants. But such radical changes also created a certain identity crisis. Figures like the former Carmelite general Nicholas the Frenchman called upon his confreres to leave the cities and return to the desert where he felt they belonged. And also, as others challenged their legitimacy and patrimony, especially in light of the lack of a famous founder, we had no Francis or Dominic, the Carmelites gradually developed their own particular historical myth of origins. And the myth was that we had actually historically been founded by Elijah himself, so we were the oldest group in the church, and that there had been an unbroken succession of Carmelites from Elijah's time onward. And that was a claim that was ardently defended by some Carmelites even down to the 20th century. And the links in this mythological genealogy were forged by claiming all sorts of real and imaginary figures as Carmelites. Not only the prophets Elijah and Elisha, but Jonah, because he was supposed to be the son of the widow of Zarephath and so on, so he must have decided to join the Carmelites. John the Baptist, because he was in the desert. Cyril of Alexandria, because he loved the Blessed Mother, and so on. And we invented some, John the 44th Patriarch of Jerusalem, of which there's no historical evidence. So Carmelites today are rightly embarrassed by some of our more extravagant claims of the past, but that mythic history is important for what it reveals about the Carmelite sense of self-identity over the centuries. Because rather than appropriating holy men and women for those links at random, these medieval Carmelite friars laid claim in particular to a wide range of early desert saints from the east. Spiridion, Hilary the Great, Serapion of Tmuis, Anastasius of Persia, Euphrasia, Euphrosyna, and so on, as well as others who were thought to have spent considerable time in the desert, like Pope Telesphorus, or to have had an intense Marian devotion. And many of these names remained in the Carmelite liturgical calendar, treated as holy forebears and exemplars, right down to the Second Vatican Council. Also, as far as I know, the Carmelites were for centuries the only group in the Western Church that celebrated annual feasts of Elijah and Elisha. The great synthesis of medieval Carmelite spirituality, a work known as the Book of the Institution of the First Monks, involves a detailed allegorical interpretation of the Elijah cycle in 1st and 2nd Kings, and it gives the following summary of the ascetical and mystical elements of the Carmelite vocation. Quote, "The goal," and this is on the back of that handout I gave you, "the goal of this life is twofold. One part we acquire by our own effort and the exercise of the virtues assisted by divine grace. This is to offer God a pure and holy heart, free from all stain of sin. We attain this goal when we are perfect and hidden in that love of which the wise man speaks, love covers all offenses. The other goal of this life is granted to us as the free gift of God, namely to taste somewhat in the heart and to experience in the mind the power of the divine presence and the sweetness of heavenly glory, not only after death, but already in this mortal life." Now, various commentators suggest that it was partly from this work and from the legendary history recounted in her convent that St. Teresa of Avila drew her own picture of the Carmelite heritage. Excuse me. "All of us," she writes, "who wear this holy habit of Carmel are called to prayer and contemplation. This call explains our origins. We are the descendants of men who felt this call, of those holy fathers on Mount Carmel who in such great solitude and contempt for the world sought this treasure, this precious pearl of contemplation that we are speaking about." That's from the Interior Castle. Or again, in The Way of Perfection, she says, "Let us remember our holy fathers of the past, those hermits whose lives we aim to imitate. What sufferings they endured, what solitude, cold, hunger, and what sun and heat, without anyone to complain to but God. Do you think they were made of steel?" she says. "Well, they were as delicate as we." End of quote. So even though for strategic reasons, Teresa was establishing most of her monasteries in cities with her followers living together in the same building, she liked to remind her sisters that, quote, "the style of life we aim to follow is not just that of nuns, but of hermits," end quote. Now, I could continue that historical review down to the present, but the point of this first section is just to show that, perhaps oddly, whatever changes have occurred over the centuries in the externals, even when living in the cities, even when engaged in preaching and teaching, even when running parishes and schools, in the midst of the most demanding ministries and busiest lifestyles, Carmelites have always felt an affinity with desert spirituality and have had a certain sense of being hermits at heart. The contemplative and eremitical dimensions of their vocation still remain essential. And even if little can be proven about direct historical contacts or influence, it seems to me that there's much here that resonates with the monastic asceticism and desert spirituality of Eastern Christianity that we've been hearing about today. But that leads to my second question: what precisely are the ascetical practices that Carmelites embraced in support of of their orientation toward contemplative prayer. And here, many contemporary spiritual seekers feel frustrated because although the Carmelite tradition has much to say about prayer, it doesn't seem to offer much in the way of distinctive methods or disciplines. Of course, as we indicated earlier, the Carmelite rule itself emphasizes solitude, silence, fasting, abstinence, reading of scripture, recitation of the Psalms, and all the rest. But those are not distinctive to the Carmelite tradition as we have heard today. They're the common heritage of monasticism. When Teresa of Avila began her reform, she introduced such practices as enclosure for the nuns, stricter observance of religious poverty, 2 hours of mental prayer in the daily schedule, daily periods of recreation together, and so on. Other Carmelite reforms made similar moves, but for Teresa, all of this was simply to help build a small community of friends supporting each other in a life of intense prayer for the sake of the church and the world. For her friars, this lifestyle also gave rise to manifold forms of pastoral service. For Teresa, it's prayer, understood as an ever-deepening friendship with Christ, that matters most. Thus, she writes to her nuns that, quote, "Our primitive rule states that we must pray without ceasing." Now, notice how she's kind of conflating the Pauline directive to pray without ceasing with that paragraph in the rule that says, stay in your cell day and night, meditating on the law of the Lord and keeping watch at prayer. So our primitive rule states that we must pray without ceasing. If we do this with all the care possible, she says, for unceasing prayer is the most important aspect of the rule, the fasts, the disciplines, and the silence the order commands will not be wanting. For you already know that if prayer is to be genuine, it must be helped by these things. Prayer and comfortable living are incompatible. End of quote. But Teresa shows surprising flexibility about external disciplines as long as they're helping us grow in love through the deepening friendship of prayer. Thus, there's an amusing letter that she wrote to one of the early friars trying to dispel the rumor that was going around that she wanted the friars to go barefoot in cold weather. She was always worried that they would go to extremes and get sick and the whole reform would fall to pieces. She says, "I'm fond of strictness in the practice of virtue, but not of austerity, perhaps because I'm not so very penitential," end quote. Thus, readers searching for original and specific ascetic practices or a more structured prayer method among Carmelite authors are often disappointed. John of the Cross, for example, mentions Lectio Divina in passing, but there's little evidence that he insisted on it as a method that everyone had to follow. In the Ascent of Mount Carmel and the Dark Night of the Soul, John lays out a comprehensive analysis of our inner disorder and the manifold areas of healing needed as we grow in the spiritual life. But his focus is not so much on external ascetical practices. Although he himself was known for his own rather severe physical austerities, he moderated the ascetical practices of others, and he taught that the far more important ascetical discipline was interior detachment, which the exterior practices were meant to support. Brother Lawrence of the Resurrection encouraged what he called practicing the presence of God at all times and in all circumstances, even using a short word or phrase to bring ourselves back when we're distracted. But in his writings, this hardly rises to the level of a formal method. Teresa, too, notes that in the early stages of her mystical prayer, her method was simply to keep Christ present. She also, in a general way, encourages the practice of recollection. And admittedly, later authors gleaned a kind of Teresian method of mental prayer for beginners from her comments in chapter 26 of The Way of Perfection, where she walks us through a simple meditation on Christ in Gethsemane. But later in the same chapter, she adds that pondering an image or a painting can also support our prayer, or even, quote, using a good book in order to recollect one's thoughts. She also notes that taking a favorite vocal prayer like the Our Father and reciting it slowly and meditatively can be a worthy contemplative practice. Elsewhere, she says that some might find it more helpful to go out and look at the elements of nature, like flowers or water. In other words, as Dom Chapman liked to say, Teresa's approach might best be summed up in the motto, pray as you can. She says the important thing is not to think much, but to love much, and to do that which best stirs you to love, end quote. Moreover, down through the ages, Carmelites have embraced many ascetical practices, but they also generally recognize that these always need to be contextualized and interiorized. Of course, it's no longer possible, for example, to withdraw to a cave in the Wadi on Mount Carmel and to meditate day and night on the law of the Lord. Even if it were possible, you'd be surrounded these days by high-rise apartments and tourists taking selfies outside your cave to post online. But one can, for example, as Brother Lawrence says, you can practice the presence of God on a sickbed or even in the battlefield. And the conversation with Christ that Teresa endorses can continue even in the midst of kitchen duties because, as she famously observed, God walks among the pots and pans. Closer to our own time, Elizabeth of the Trinity advises a chronically anxious young lay friend to build a cell within her soul where she can withdraw from time to time to be with the triune God. In other words, even when the externals are unavailable, I think we try to carry the Carmelite cell. We try to practice the interior silence and solitude within our own hearts. And I think lay and secular Carmelites are the pioneers today in showing the Carmelite family and others how these traditional ascetic and contemplative practices can be adapted to the exigencies of contemporary life. But I'd suggest further, though without being able to argue it further here, that my tradition, the Carmelite tradition as a whole, is less concerned about the ascetical practices and particular prayer methods followed than in the goal of total loving union with God, which John of the Cross characterizes as transformation or even divinization. Teresa, John, and other Carmelite saints provide us with an outstanding map of the journey, pointing out many of the potential pitfalls to avoid along the way. They provide masterful descriptions of the varieties of psychological phenomena that may occur en route, but they're primarily concerned about what we might call the mystical life in its totality and the goal, rather than about pursuing those transitory feelings of absolute oneness, insight, ineffable peace, and bliss that modern philosophers and psychologists label as mystical experiences. Because as John of the Cross so often insists, quote, even if a person experiences some elevated spiritual communication or feeling or knowledge, it should not be thought that the experience signifies a more notable possession of God or union with Him, just as dryness, darkness, and dereliction do not mean that God is any more absent, end quote. Of course, for Teresa and John of the Cross, the spiritual journey is a journey of radical healing of our brokenness, and that transformation is an overwhelming grace and blessing. But what ultimately matters is not the inner peace and joy we feel, but the union of our will with God's will in love. And all the ascetical practices are meant to be in support of that goal. And that brings me finally to the third point, how the Carmelite tradition might relate to contemporary neurological research on asceticism, meditation, and religious experience. And I need to be even briefer here and more tentative because my knowledge of the current research is quite limited. I am intrigued by how often scientists working in this area make some kind of reference to Teresa, John of the Cross, and the Carmelite tradition, or use Carmelites as test subjects. For example, in the necessary step of developing a working definition of what counts as a mystical experience for purposes of their studies, some neurobiologists directly quote the Carmelites. Others draw on inventories that are drawn from the work of William James, Walter Stace, and others who themselves drew on the testimony of the mystics, including the Carmelite mystics. Also, for example, in a much publicized study seeming to show that there's no particular God spot in the brain, Dr. Mario Beauregard of the University of Montreal asked 15 Carmelite nuns to try to recall their most powerful experience of feeling deeply connected with the divine, while their brain activity was measured using functional magnetic resonance imaging. Of course, you could raise many methodological questions about such a study. Does the memory of an experience always involve the same neural networks and activity as the original experience? Is my memory of a seizure or a migraine, for example, likely to light up the same parts of the brain as the seizure or migraine itself? I'm not an expert in this area, but here I'm only underscoring that out of the range of possible test subjects, Carmelite nuns were chosen, as I believe they've been chosen for other research projects. Maybe Michael Ferguson knows about that. On the assumption one supposes that they regularly engage in contemplative practices and thus are more likely to have had a mystical or mystical adjacent experience. In my limited experience, Carmelites are generally happy to encourage all sorts of research and writing on prayer and contemplation, which is so central to our tradition and charism. They're willing to do whatever it takes to make Christian contemplative prayer and the traditional disciplines supporting it better known and appreciated. The one major hesitation, I think, is a concern about how this research might be used, sometimes is used, in reductive accounts of religious experience and meditation practices. There's a tendency among at least some researchers and some popularizers of the research to focus just on mystical moments alone and to basically equate the accompanying neural activity with the experience itself. There are some who seem to suggest, in other words, that so-called mystical experiences are simply the results of changes in brain activity. Some areas, usually less active, light up, while other brain areas and networks become temporarily dormant, perhaps brought on by certain long-term ascetical practices. But that now, with the help of science, we'll be able to induce these changes at will, for example, by using weak magnetic impulses to stimulate certain networks or parts of the brain, and thus make mystical experiences available on demand without the need for personal effort or self-discipline. Well, I mean, to use an analogy, to me it seems a little like supposing that if we could have measured the brainwaves of Mozart when he was composing, that we could induce those same brainwaves on any of us and then we could compose masterpieces. Well, I mean, Salieri might be interested in that, but I tend to doubt that it could be that simple. And it's not that Carmelites are intrinsically opposed to using various aids to contemplative prayer, because after all, we already know the value of finding a quiet place, adopting a comfortable but not too comfortable posture, avoiding overeating and overstimulation before the time set aside for quiet prayer, and so on. What we call remote and proximate preparation for prayer presumably likewise has a neurological impact, so that's already happening. But for Carmelites, I think the risk in the neurological research is in focusing too much on what we would consider really secondary. For us, what truly matters is the ever-deepening interpersonal relationship with God, not whether at any particular juncture I feel absorbed in contemplation or caught up in ecstasy. Religious feelings and experiences, however much they mean to us personally, are not necessarily a reliable indicator of God's presence or absence. Teresa tells us to, quote, desire and be occupied in prayer, not for the sake of our own enjoyment, but so as to have the strength to serve, and that the purpose of mystical union is the birth always of good works, obras, she says, end quote. It seems to me, by contrast, some contemporary neurological research puts the focus on the praying subject alone rather than on the relationship. Again, to use another analogy, it would be a bit like imagining we could adequately substitute a reunion with a long-lost child, a parent's reunion with a long-lost child, with a process of inducing the same feelings through magnetic impulses in the absence of that child. I mean, the feelings are wonderful, but they're not the point, really. They're insufficient. The point is, we can be entirely grateful for the mental healing that takes place through traditional monastic practices, and grateful as well for the progress being made in neurological research to help us better understand and perhaps enhance the processes involved. But especially in our contemporary world, we always have to be wary of commodification, of turning these practices into just another self-help strategy to promote physical and mental wellness. But I suppose I'm preaching to the choir, telling you what you already know on a topic that I think is going to be addressed later in the program. So let me end by just thanking you all once again for the chance to share about my own Carmelite heritage and to be part of this wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Research examines the intellectual history of late ancient Eastern Christianity broadly, Syriac, Greek, Arabic, Coptic, with a focus on the East Syriac theological tradition. Please join me in welcoming Nathan Tilley.
Thank you, Father Hofer. And let me begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me to be here with you today. Thank you all for joining us. Should have some slides. Many of you are no doubt familiar with the dictum from ancient philosophy, "No theseoton," know yourself. But perhaps less familiar is what Thales of Miletus, an early Greek philosopher, said when asked, "What is most difficult in life?" And he replied, "It is to know yourself." It seems like knowledge of ourselves would be the most intuitive and immediate kind of knowledge we could have. But of course, modern psychology, psychoanalysis, and much of the spiritual tradition holds something like the opposite. Perhaps you too have found this. Self-knowledge can be elusive, deceptive, and maybe unpleasant. For good reason, then, early Christian writers also drew on this ancient tradition, citing the words of Deuteronomy 15:9, "Pay attention to yourself." But how can one become a better observer of oneself? In recent years, many have proposed mindfulness or meditation as one kind of remedy for self-knowledge. These have been touted as ways to build self-awareness, increase attention, reduce anxiety, and more. And in fact, they have shown that they are ways of increasing our subjectivity, of enhancing it. At the same time, colleagues in psychology have observed increasing evidence of some pitfalls of mindfulness and meditation, at least in some respects. Many applications of meditation as therapy have assumed that meditation or these other remedies could be extracted from their contexts and from the traditions in which they took root, often Buddhism. Moreover, psychologists have discovered a not insignificant percentage of practitioners that report negative reactions to contemplative practice, including things such as psychosis, mania, depersonalization, anxiety, and panic, and more. Now, there are many interesting and complex questions in contemporary applications of contemplative practices, some of which I think we'll get into tomorrow. But today, I want to examine the specific connection of contemplation and healed self-knowledge by turning to the contemplative archive, by asking, how do major historical sources, or in my case, a source, for contemplative theory and practice understand the relation of contemplation to self-knowledge? And so we'll look at a piece of this today by excavating some ideas about this nexus, contemplation and self-knowledge, in one influential source, Isaac of Nineveh. For many centuries up until the present day, readers have turned to Isaac's writings for guidance on the life of prayerful contemplation. Isaac was a member of the Church of the East, Christians largely beyond the borders of the Roman Empire under Persian and then later Islamic rule. These Christians spoke and wrote in Syriac, a dialect of Aramaic that was the lingua franca of the Middle East, more or less up until the dominance of Arabic eventually. Isaac himself was born in the second quarter or middle of the 7th century in the Persian Gulf in a region called Beth Katraye, which is approximately modern Qatar, and the surrounding areas in the Gulf. Around 676, Isaac was taken by the East Syrian Catholicos back to the area around Nineveh, modern Mosul, Iraq, where he was made bishop, although this lasted briefly, only about 5 months. From then on, Isaac retired to monastic retreat and then eventually hermetic life in the Zagros Mountains of modern southwestern Iran. There in his alpine retreat, he likely composed his corpus of writings, which is mostly addressed to fellow ascetics. And this writing survives today in 3 parts, which are mostly discourses, but also some sets of kephaliah, or short sayings, short statements, in Syriac reishe. And within a century of Isaac's death, the first part of these had the rare distinction of being translated, as many of you know, from Syriac into Greek. And from there, they reached a wide Western and Eastern audience in translations into Arabic, Slavic, Latin, Portuguese, and more. So Isaac then stands alongside Ephraim the Syrian as one of the most widely known Syriac writers in the broader Christian world. Isaac offers to readers then the following spiritual itinerary: ascent to God through the contemplative healing of self-knowledge. Isaac writes, "Be diligent to enter the treasury that is within you, and you will have seen that treasury in heaven. They are one, and by making one entrance you will see both. The ladder to the kingdom is hidden within you. Plunge into yourself away from sin, and there you will find the steps by which you can ascend." For Isaac, self-knowledge is both then a gate and ladder to the kingdom of heaven. But of course, as ladder, self-knowledge is a trajectory, a process of growth. And so in the rest of my comments, I'll show how contemplation, or what we can also call contemplative prayer, is one of the main means by which Isaac says that self-knowledge heals. We'll look first at how Isaac describes self-knowledge as the oscillation between a vision of weakness and a vision of one's purity. Then we'll see how Isaac depicts contemplation as how the mind ascends to greater purity, and most of all, then, a vision actually of its purified self. And finally, we'll see that the ultimate purity of self-knowledge is really penultimate, in that in knowing itself, the self comes to a boundary where it's disposed to be taken beyond itself into wonder at God. So first, self-knowledge is oscillation between weakness and purity. Isaac frequently exhorts his reader to look at themselves. "My beloved," he says, "always observe yourself." But what he means by this, as he continues, is that one should consider what one is and also what one's situation in the world is. When one takes a look at oneself, Isaac says, he or she finds that self-knowledge, as I've suggested, oscillates. There are 2 poles that are, in his words, on the one hand, assistance, and on the other hand, weakness. In battles with one's obsessions and impulses, namely the passions, one might experience weakness, he says. But in another moment, the fog clears, and there's a glimpse of a kind of help, a divine assistance. This, too, he says, happens with the mind. Sometimes one sees the weakness of one's own nature and realizes, in his words, how weak and childish it is. But other times, the power of divine assistance carries the minds to heights of knowledge and profound revelations. So for him, the mind alternates between these two as it tries to look at itself and what it is. Now, of course, knowledge of weakness sounds like a form of negativity, but Isaac considers knowledge of one's state as a weak creature as the foundation for spiritual life. He says, "Blessed is the man who knows his own weakness. This knowledge will be a foundation for him and the beginning of all good and beautiful things. In her study of this concept in Isaac, Valentina Duca shows that weakness doesn't refer in Isaac to specific moral or ethical failings. Instead, it's a way of talking about the general human condition of vulnerability or permeability. Weakness indicates how the self is buffeted by external forces, including suffering, change, loss, and more, not to mention our enmeshment in matter and time. An encounter with these weaknesses, Isaac says, can be a source of strength in that it gives us humility. And humility for Isaac is the way that humans come to accept what we are as humans: finite, limited, and again, permeated by external forces. So awareness of this weakness strips away for him the machinations of pride by which the ascetic thinks they could heal themselves, or more frequently, as he accuses his opponents, of thinking that they could reach a vision of God on their own efforts. Instead, the ascetic, confronting their own weakness, accepts their limits, and they can recollect themselves in anticipation of God's assistance. But knowledge of weakness is only one of two poles, of course. And so the other is seeing one's potential purity. In the flashes of insights given to the mind by divine grace, the ascetic discovers that they are not merely a fragile vessel. Instead, they are also a receptacle of God. For ascetic, then, the ascetic making progress begins to catch a glimpse of the nature of the soul in alternating between these, but seeing some of what's possible. When stripped from sin and the passions, what the soul could be. Isaac's image for this is a clear spring bubbling with water, maybe an image from his childhood or his time in southeastern Mesopotamia. The soul, he writes, is like a spring of water. As long as it is still from the stirrings of hearing and sight, the solitary clearly sees God in his own person. And he draws from it, his soul, clear and fresh water, which is to say, sweet thoughts concerning the establishment of creation. As long as the soul then leaves what is external and related to the senses, the soul can gaze within the deep waters of itself and draw out refreshing insights from when it can become clear. Isaac also describes the soul's nature as the purity of the blue sky, which has already been mentioned today in Evagrius. And as many of you will know, this image comes into East Syriac tradition through translations of the Greek writings of Evagrius, this 4th century philosopher and ascetic. Evagrius speaks of the final eschatological perfection of the naked mind, stripped of the heaviness of the body, as shining like the sapphire blue sky. And this blue is, of course, an image from nature, but also a biblical image of the place of God in the Septuagint, in the theophany on Sinai in Exodus 24. And so Evagrius understood this as an eschatological state, by and large, but East Syrian commentators earlier in the 7th century, before Isaac, had begun to interpret this as actually the highest state of earthly contemplative purity, not just an eschatological state. The task of self-knowledge for Isaac, then, is gaining humility in knowing one's weakness and striving to recover a glimpse of its original state. But all of this has the further goal, of course, of seeing the light of knowledge within itself, the very light of the Trinity itself, who is essential knowledge. Just so, Isaac depicts self-knowledge sometimes then as knowledge of oneself divinized. He mourns in one place that, quote, "We do not draw near to the riches that we've received," which is to say, we don't meditate day and night on our beauty, that we have already become divine. We began with a passage in which Isaac depicts entry into the self as entry into the treasury of heaven, the place of God. To enter into oneself, then, is to find where God may dwell, at least in potentiality. But we've also seen that preparing the self for God is a project. The passions, the obsessions and desires of the self present it from accurately looking at itself or making progress. And so we turn now for the rest of our time to look at how Isaac sees contemplation, then, as the central means of healing the mind's vision of itself. In a crucial passage depicting the path of ascetic growth, Isaac says that the mind is transformed through meditation and prayer. These two form for him one side of a twofold practice or asceticism of the cross, pulhana in Syriac. One part pertains to the body, and one part pertains to the mind. So I'll read this passage in full first, and then I'll discuss. Isaac says, "The practice of the cross is twofold, in accordance with the duality of our nature, divided into two parts. First, the endurance of bodily afflictions, which is accomplished by the activity of the motive power of the soul and is called action. That's one. Two, then, the subtle work of the mind in divine meditation and constant prayer, which is worked through that desiring part and is named contemplation. The first, so number one, purifies the passible part of the soul through the power of zeal, and then the other, number two, clarifies the intellectual part through the activity of the soul's love, which is natural yearning. The first part that Isaac mentions is corporeal ascetic practice, pulhana in Syriac, which often, of course, translates to the Greek praktike. This refers to battles fought with the passions through the body, fasting, vigils, and so on. And though asceticism of this kind is, of course, not properly mental, Isaac considers it foundational for mental healing, in that it clears the path, and that the mind is able to function fully as what it is once the body can be quieted and silenced. The second practice of crucifixion, then, is filtering or clarifying the mind. As he says, this filtering is accomplished by divine meditation and constant prayer, powered by love. Practices of the body purify the soul from passion, but practices in the soul both purify it further from passions and then also increase the soul's power, make it better able to ascend. Following a schema from Evagrius, Isaac divides one's contemplations into two categories: natural contemplation of God's care for the perceptible creation, and then spiritual contemplation. On the first level, love for God grows in the soul as one sees God's providential care for the material world. This care can be seen, for instance, in the order of the natural world, in the course of history, events in Scripture, and even, or especially even, in one's own life. As an ascetic encounters God's careful management at every level of nature, the mind learns to love God and God's care, and thus gives up earthly loves and becomes, to use Isaac's phrase, intoxicated with love for God. For Isaac, then, this intoxicating love burns away the remaining passions of body and soul, again, through contemplation, not necessarily just through bodily practice. Given that natural contemplation has the goal of uncovering the self's purity, we can see that Isaac thinks that self-knowledge begins then first by looking outwards. The ascetic gradually sees themselves, but only within the broader scope of God's wise administration of the cosmos. Such a vision, then, is the flame for love, and eventually the turn to the self. As passions recede, then, the Holy Spirit grants a second level of revelations, according to Isaac. The ascetic who reaches this level, he says, has attained for at least a time what he calls impassibility. And by this, he means the ascetic that has suppressed their obsessions and impulses and withdrawn from things external, and thereby become capable of higher and higher contemplative meditations. At this higher stage, the mind continues to make progress, but now through a ladder of contemplations. By this activity, Isaac says, the mind grows in hidden things and is reinvigorated. The mind continues to grow, and it draws nourishment from the contemplations that it has in itself. This is also the level that Isaac calls pure prayer, a level before spiritual prayer, a stage we'll get to. But this pure prayer of the impassible ascetic is this higher level of internal contemplation. We don't have time today, of course, to discuss all the details of what he means by revelations, but I want to show one passage that indicates some general categories that Isaac thinks the contemplative might meditate on. According to Isaac, there are 5 delights of contemplation that a person encounters, namely contemplating the care of God seen in material things, contemplating God's care for beings generally, God's creative action, God's wisdom, and God's judgments. And again, this is an overview on the left. He says much more in this passage. It's not entirely clear, but it seems like the last 4 likely correspond to the second level of contemplation I mentioned, this higher level of spiritual contemplation. But as Isaac continues, he says that each of these levels of contemplation in the soul has an effect on it. And he writes this, and this is the right side. And these correlate in each stage, as you can see. With the first vision, one relies on and is strengthened by confidence in the Creator. So with the first vision, one begins to disregard human strategies. This is the first faith of the intellect. With the second vision, one relies on and is strengthened by confidence in the Creator. With the third vision, one is struck by love like a child seeing the one who produced them. On the fourth level, one is covered by the cloud of his wisdom, full of discernments. And in the fifth moment, one comes into the middle or midst of astonishment because of the incomprehensibility of God's intention, which defies explanation. Now, there are many fascinating things we could say about this passage, but I want simply to observe here that these contemplations don't merely generate what we might call cognitive content or data heuristically. Rather, contemplations and their delights change the dispositions of the soul for Isaac. They heal its stance toward the world and towards God by instilling here faith, building confidence, growing love, and so on. Contemplation fortifies the soul then for its spiritual journey. But of course, what does mental growth by contemplation have to do with self-knowledge? For Isaac, the goal of ascending through contemplation is, in fact, to return to a pure vision of oneself. As the mind ascends, it strips away what is exterior, and it comes then not to view just other contemplations, but its own natural state. Contemplations may have objects other than the soul itself, as we've seen, but Isaac depicts in one passage contemplations as tools that hone and sharpen and make brilliant the soul. He compares contemplation to a file and the mind to an iron. A file brings iron to radiance and to brilliance without adding anything to it, since these qualities are essential to it. How so? Well, it removes the rust that came from a lack of use or a lack of practice, pulhana. So too for contemplation and the nature of the mind. Bring your mind to the file, which is contemplation, and you will find how it shines clearly during worship, emulating the brilliance of the stars. So from one perspective, contemplation files down the external desires and perceptions that cover over the soul and its original brilliance. But from another, we might add that Isaac describes the file of contemplation as a sharpening of one's love, as we've already seen in some ways. Love for the Creator and for God's care and for these deeper levels of wisdom. The goal of contemplation then is for the mind to heal, both to regain the strength of its natural state, common term in Isaac, and even more to see itself. Here he says, those who are held worthy at this high moment of contemplation, quote, see the radiance of their soul in prayer, end quote. One sees their own nature, the pure sapphire blue of the treasury of heaven. The pinnacle of spiritual contemplation for Isaac is then when the holy ones receive what he calls contemplation of themselves, using again the word in Syriac for theoria. At the top of the ladder of contemplation, the self finds itself healed and restored to purity. For my purposes, this stage, the height of spiritual contemplation, is the apex of self-knowledge for Isaac. The self has stripped away the passions that afflict the passionate part of the soul, and has then ascended through contemplation to this pure vision of itself. The soul sees itself in its purity. But in its clarity, the self has also reached a kind of negative receptivity. The self then awaits a further stage. Like a pure, expertly polished piece of glass, the soul's clarity disappears. It fades away in the light that shines through it. Thus, as Valentina Ducra observes, stripping off for Isaac what is of the world makes space in the subject for what is not of the world. The purified soul becomes the site of the dawning of truth, the light of God in the soul. And at this point of the ascetic itinerary, Isaac describes the soul of the ascetic as moving from prayer and meditation to something beyond these, a state that he calls, as many of you will know, wonder, or in Syriac, temha. This is not, he says, another stage of contemplation, but instead when the mind encounters the dawning of truth, it no longer prays, properly speaking. The self endures as a subject of experience, but its mental activities go silent, face to face with the Lord. The overshadowing activity of the Holy Spirit carries the mind where it cannot go by its own nature. And so the self persists, but as he says, it's no longer concerned about itself as a self. Instead, self-knowledge finds fulfillment in silence, immersion in the beloved. As Isaac asks, can a person who is taken captive in this way have prayer when he does not even know himself? So to conclude, we've seen today that self-knowledge plays a crucial role in Isaac of Nineveh's ascetic thought. For him, most humans looking at themselves alternate between seeing their weakness and seeing their potential. The ascetic mind, then, as it comes free from passion, ascends traversing stages of contemplations of God's providence, climbing with difficulty towards the alpine heights of God's very wisdom and judgment. Meditation on God's care and wisdom inflames the soul with love, burning away the chaff with the passions, and strengthening it to climb ever higher. And at the height, it sees itself in a pure vision. But of course, as we've seen, this pinnacle of self-knowledge is a false peak. Instead, the Holy Spirit carries those few worthy of it to a further stage in ecstatic wonder and a vision of God. As I'm an intellectual historian and not a psychologist, it's for others to say how, if at all, Isaac's vision might have anything to say for contemporary psychology and self-knowledge. But I want to make a few broader observations. Isaac does not consider focused attention, for one, on an atomistic self to be the means of healing self-knowledge. Rather, he says that one, as we've seen, first purifies self-knowledge by looking outwards, by recognizing the interconnected mysteries of nature and history. So the self emerges as an object of self-knowledge within this broader constellation of God's care for creation. Only as one enters more deeply into contemplation of this administration of the world, the oikonomia, or Greek medabranuta, then does the self finally come into its original purity. Moreover, self-knowledge for Isaac is, of course, at last penultimate. When the soul finally immerses in its beloved, the Lord who is essential knowledge, it no longer needs to know itself. Instead, there is only silent wonder as the mind is embraced by the Trinity. Be diligent to enter the treasury that is within you, and you will have seen that treasury in heaven. Plunge into yourself, away from sin, and there you will find steps by which you can ascend. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tilley. Now I'd like to invite all three speakers to come up here for our discussion. We'll have 3 chairs.
Hello. Thank you very much, all of you. That last mention of Medavra Anutha, or oikonomia, made me... I had been wondering about divine providence throughout the day, and just it hadn't seemed to have come up. So, and then the way that you went over it was sort of quick, and was it in the context of the praying subject, or was it God's providence? And maybe just if there's any further thoughts about the place of providence in any of these thinkers or traditions.
Thank you for that. In Isaac, at that stage, he's mostly speaking about scripture, I think. I mean, there is natural contemplation, which of course is the first level, but it seems like a lot of what he means by contemplation on those higher levels of wisdom, of care for beings that aren't just material, seems like meditation on scripture based on his advice to monks. And so it's that economy across history, the economy across different levels of beings. And so he often speaks of the different things that you might read as an ascetic. He has lots of advice for what's good to read and not read, and then what it's like to read. Of course, Isaac's a great theologian of experience, really in almost a modern sense in one way, of what it's like to meditate, or at least some advice to that end. So I think that's the scriptural economy, but also, again, within the broader constellation of nature.
I would love to get Isaac in conversation with Teresa and Aquinas here, if we could. So it seemed to me we heard that the end for Aquinas is charity, the end for Teresa is service, and the end for Isaac is wonder. And so I would love to hear you all reflect on whether there are tensions there or whether these are just different ways of describing an end, and they would all be happily in agreement with one another.
For Teresa, anyway, I think that there wouldn't necessarily be a contradiction there, because the reason that she's insisting on service is because if you're going to be united with God, you have to love what God loves, and so if love is the goal, then it's going to push you out into service of your brothers and sisters, so on. So I don't see any conflict there. And of course, she would, I think, say that just to be totally wrapped in wonder all the time would not be an appropriate goal in this life, but it is for the next life, perhaps. But yeah, it's just off the top of my head.
Yeah, I wonder if it has something to do with the context of Isaac's writings also, that he's in a tradition of Evagrian prayer, of people trying to wrestle with what Evagrius said, and as some have written about Isaac, he's trying to make sense, help monks make sense of what it's like to pray in a contemplative mode. Again, he has a lot to say about what it's like, but he also says wonder is very rare for people. This is not a very common experience, and that most people stay on the lower levels. So it may just be that this glimpse of it is an end, but for most people it's the life of charity, the life of contemplation of nature, mostly fighting with ourselves. I think he thinks that's what we tend to do. But he doesn't say, he certainly doesn't think that the end is active. This idea of the stirrings going quiet, it's a very distinctive part of Isaac, that even the mind stirrings at the level of pure prayer, so you've reached impassibility but still cogitating, if you will, that silences. And so it is a distinctive aspect, I think.
I don't know if there's any tension. That's a really interesting question, because for St. Thomas Aquinas, he takes himself to be following St. Paul's first letter to the Corinthians very closely. If I give my body to be burned and have not charity, it profits me nothing. And so the sense of hierarchy between faith, hope, and charity, which are not initially called the theological virtues, but by the early scholastic era, there tends to be consensus around that. And for St. Thomas, although he's often sort of stereotyped as an intellectualist, the essence of perfection does consist in charity, of course. So he has a kind of hierarchy in the theological virtues where faith and hope are very much junior partners to charity, partly because of their greater imperfection, because they adhere to God less fully. Faith knows God as first truth, but as in a glass darkly. Hope longs for God, but also with a kind of self-interestedness for one's own happiness, whereas charity loves God purely for his own sake, as perfect goodness and utterly worthy of all love. So he calls this the order of perfection. So therefore, all other virtues, the cardinal and theological virtues, are subordinated to this kind of suite of movement back towards God, where charity will even command the acts of the other virtues. So if I fast, for example, it's only meritorious if charity has, as he puts it, commanded the act of temperance. And therefore, all these other acts are subordinated to charity's end of love and union with God. I don't know if that's in any sort of, if those are complementary points, or rather they sit uneasily with Isaac or Teresa.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if this is directly related, but again, one of the interesting things about Isaac in this Evagrian tradition is that he tends to merge what we might separate as the practical and theoretical dimensions of prayer. That Isaac has a lot to say about how do you contemplate while praying. And there are problems. I mean, you have to stop, he says. You can't always be reading. It's hard to contemplate while doing that. But the way that he tries to merge those, I think the passage with the file shows this, where monks are wondering, how do you maintain contemplative mindset, if you will, during the saying of the Psalms or the liturgy? So he's trying to give them advice that's contemplative, but that plays into some practical dimension.
Thank you so much for your presentations. I was interested because it seems like in all three of your talks, you could see a certain balance needed between practical sort of exercises, practices, methods. Perhaps you wouldn't call that in the Carmelite tradition, but the need to do practical things, but also the recognition that only God can really provide the end of contemplation. How does that play out in the various authors and figures you looked at? And I was also wondering if the other presentations maybe showed you any points of commonality or contrast.
I'm not sure if I fully understood the question, so I may not be answering directly, but I think with Teresa, the way she describes how you grow in prayer and in the spiritual life is that, remember some of her famous images like the four waters, where you're at the beginning, you're having to draw water out by hand with a bucket and so on, so it involves a lot of work. There comes a point where at least as far as we experience it, God is much more in control, and we just have to receive. You know, it's like a shower, an intense shower of rain or something like that. So there's a gradual change in the amount of work you have to do. But even in the later stages, I mean, you always have to, it always involves having to remain open and cooperative with what God is doing in us. So I mean, I think the place where you're doing the most external work anyway is particularly in the beginning stages but as somebody was saying in one of the other talks, it's not as if you ever fully leave behind the need to put in some effort. You know, that remains. But it changes in certain ways as you continue. And in the, I mean, this goes back, I think, to the previous question too about when you look at the interior castle, you know, in the sixth dwelling place, it's like the raptures and the ecstasies and and all of this, they're becoming more and more intense, and you can't even move. People could stick a pin in you and you wouldn't feel it, and all. You're kind of totally absorbed. And then you get to the seventh dwelling place, and it's like all that ceases, basically, because finally all the work that needed to be done has been done, and so you're able, you know, at one and the same time to be totally aware of the presence of God, but also totally available to the needs of those around you. And she says Martha and Mary walk together at that point. So I don't know if that's helpful to what you were saying.
I think with St. Thomas Aquinas, particularly in his late work, there is an extraordinary re-emphasis upon divine dependency, particularly at the supernatural level, because you've got a kind of theological apparatus according to which the justified Christian who enjoys being in a state of sanctifying grace or habitual grace, gratia gradum faciens, beautiful phrase that means grace making gracious. So I'm beautiful, I am rendered virtuous in the sight of God by being baptized into Christ's death. I rise to this new spiritual life, but his idea is that you're very much a work in progress. And so there's an interesting Eastern aspect here to this too, because Origen has this kind of threefold scheme or itinerary of the spiritual life that trickles into Aquinas's orbit through Cassian. And he's very devoted to this idea of the 3 degrees of charity, where you start as a beginner, you become hopefully a proficient, and then maybe among the perfect. But at each point, in order to progress, in order to perform any given act of faith or temperance or hope or charity, I have those habitus, those habits, if I'm in a state of grace, as potency. But in order for them to be actualized here and now into a concrete good act, I actually require the personal intervention of God giving me a divine motion of what he calls auxilium grace or moving grace. So I may have the transformational capacity through God giving me that habitual grace, but I still need a further and perpetual stream of continual graces in order to be able to live that out. So instead of I just receive grace and then I can more or less take it on my own from there, it's sort of every day, he's very devoted to the idea of the Our Father prayer, thy will be done, as a petition for both perseverance in grace, so that I continue to will God as my end, but then the actual performance of a good action. So every single ascetic act is perpetually in this state of kind of indigence or neediness. And so that line of Augustine is very apropos, where he says, man is a beggar before God.
I have a question. We heard earlier about the many, many people who are coming to Athos and learning from the monks there. And as you were speaking, especially the two speakers who were representing medieval Western monasticism or the religious life, I was thinking of, I'm sure you've seen them, portraits of wealthy women, the only kind of woman who would get a portrait in the medieval period, holding books of hours, in participating, trying in some way to participate in the devoted life of a monastery. So I wonder if any of the three of you can say how the work of these three men filtered out into or was received in their communities, whether in the West, in Spain, or late in Italy, or in somewhere near the Zagros Mountains. So could you say how they were received, not later in a scholarly, monastic, and then theological tradition, but do we know anything about how people actually looked at and might have tried to imitate ascetics and their training, for their own benefit?
Carmelite tradition is 800 years, as I was talking about, so I can't deal with all of that, but I would say if focusing on somebody like Teresa herself, would that answer your question? I mean, she was a celebrity in 16th century Spain. Everybody knew her, everybody wanted to, be like her, and so on, and there came to be a whole cottage industry of religious women writing their lives like she did, and so on. I think she had a big influence. It was an interesting time, though, in Spain, because there was a lot of interest in the miraculous, in stigmatics and ascetics and all that kind of stuff, and Teresa kind of downplayed some of that. So she was, in some ways, a bit of a sign of contradiction for people, I think. She didn't always fit their mold of what they should be. But I think she had a big impact on Spain. And throughout Europe, there's a book by Carlos Ayer who talks about, it's a study of the book of her life and how it continued to have a big impact throughout Europe. John of the Cross, on the other hand, was relatively unknown for quite a long time. I think he's better known in the 20th century than any previous century, in 20th and 21st century. Therese, of course, has had a huge impact, and so on. So some of those particular Carmelites, and we do have a very large lay and secular Carmelite groups that try to live that spirituality in a lay situation. I'm not sure if that's answering your question. Yeah.
I don't know that we know a lot about the early lay reception of Isaac, but one interesting point that I'll mention is that many of you will know that the Greek translation of Isaac has a few homilies that aren't Isaac. I mean, they're included, but they're from a Syriac author named John of Dalyatha, or John the Elder, a near contemporary of Isaac, probably at the same time or just after. And so it seems like where John the Elder had maybe a copy of Isaac. There's a lot of affinity. And it seems to show a very early movement of his texts and an interest in Isaac. And of course, it was translated within a century of his life into Greek. So what that means for lay practice, I don't know, though.
I don't have a direct answer, although maybe Father Hofer would have some ideas about this. But it does occur to me a couple of things. First of all, Aquinas has certain female saints he's very clearly devoted to. Saint Cecilia, Saint Agnes in particular, a relic of whom he carried. So there's certainly a kind of awareness of female holiness. And I would think where the influence might take place, I don't have a clear paper trail myself on this, but would be whenever Aquinas and coordinated works, basically works of the order that were semi-official, recognized at provincial meetings and so forth for reading, whenever those were mandated, then I presume they would have been widely read. And a lot of them, even if they aren't written by Aquinas, have a strong affinity for them, like William Peraldus' Summa Virtue and Vices, St. Raymond of Penafores, Summa Penitentia. There are a lot of related ideas and approaches ascetically. So even if they weren't reading Aquinas directly, they were probably getting a lot of similar ideas, I would assume, through that. And probably also one way that men and women seem to have been influenced early on by the Dominicans were by third orders and by people often going to Dominican convents, particularly for Compline. And so Compline's an interesting part of the Dominican office, and it's also quite ascetical. And it involved a kind of prostration for the recitation of the Miserere Me psalm with shoulders bared, and the reception of the scourge, at least to some extent. And it seems that third order types were kind of devoted camp followers of the Dominican spirituality. And I expect another major source would have just come through stories of St. Dominic and other canonical figures of the tradition. But Father, did you have anything?
I have a question about Isaac of Nineveh. He talks about climbing the steps to reach God and reach heavens. Was he influenced by the heavenly ladder by Saint John the Climacus?
It's a great question. I'm not aware of a direct connection, but what the connection that is there is they have a common heritage, as it were. They're both receiving a variety of forms of ascent from Greco-Roman philosophy and culture, and of course earlier writers like Evagrius and others who talk about this kind of ascent, and sometimes use the idea of a ladder. Evagrius famously talks about Jacob's ladder as a means of ascent to God, with a slightly different context, but using that same image of the ladder. So I think they have a common patrimony, but I'm not aware of a direct connection, at least in that way, but I could be wrong.
Since we have some more time, we could, and since this is like the end of the first day, if there are questions that people would like to offer to the previous speakers, this would be the time, or otherwise we wrap up the day and we say till tomorrow. Okay. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, first of all, to our speakers. Let's once again thank our three speakers and all the speakers of the day. I think my impression, I'm biased, but my impression is that it was a wonderful day, fruitful, productive, engaging, interesting discussions and wonderful questions. So let's call it a day, and tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. And we have a full day, so come refreshed, and we will continue tomorrow. I'd like to thank also to all who participated virtually. We had a lot of virtual participants, and thank you for joining us. Please join us tomorrow. Thank you for the speakers and the guests that we had lunch today. Please remain in the room so we can take you to the dinner location. It's a different location than lunch. So remain here and follow me. Thank you. Have a good night. God bless. See you tomorrow.